feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. The way you like it. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
I'll keep going till my speakers can't blow. I'll keep going till my speakers can't blow. I'll keep going till my speakers can't blow. I'll keep going till my till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low. 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 Till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these restless nights, all these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of A to Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life done bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brother since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could light the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life done bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God out and just roll the dice. Pacino.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. I can run this town. I can run this town.
feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to what is Grand Final Sunday for ESL Challenger League Season 50. Right now we are on the South American match. I'm Pineapple Phillips, joined today by Paladin, and this is going to be a very exciting matchup between Red Canids and Gaimin Gladiators. Paladin, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm excited to be here. A Grand Final Sunday is always an exciting one, and we've got a banger matchup with Red Canids having their fantastic major berth secured, and now this is all gravy for them, having an opportunity to potentially qualify for the South America Finals for Season 50 after a dominant run through the upper bracket. I think they'll be grinning from ear to ear, especially when they realize they've got a matchup that is a very doable one for them at that.
Yeah, a very doable matchup for them. I don't think they've dropped a map thus far in South American Cup 3, so they are coming in with a very dominant performance thus far. Of course, taking down teams like Audic, teams like Dusty Roots, who we said goodbye to yesterday, 2Game, Yawara. They've taken down quite a few big names in the scene, and now that final hurdle remains in Gaimin Gladiators. We saw them play, or Boggs and I saw them play yesterday versus Dusty Roots. It was a scrappy one. It was a long-winded one. It went as long as it could without taking a third map or overtime, 13-11, 13-11, but in the end, Gaimin Gladiators did manage to close out both of those maps, albeit with a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think the win over Audic to me is the more impressive one. It was one where they got manhandled on Mirage and had to grind back on Overpass T side. And I have to really credit what great work Nekius has done as a caller. I think it's a very difficult job after getting booted from Legacy and the expectations to come into a new organization and put together a roster with some familiar names, but to find some impact with them. And a win over Audic will always be an impressive one to me when you talk about the floor that Woody brings as a caller and the ceiling that the Rifle Corps brings with players like Caselocks, Coldzera, and Naite. So I think they definitely earned their position in this matchup today. I still do think that there's a lot to desire as far as the firepower is concerned, and I think for the Red Canids, they finally figured out what works for them, who's the main guys for them, and I think this veto as well really suits themselves for a potential sweep in this grand final. I'd hope not for the sake of a competitive game, but I just really do like what Red Canids are bringing to the table right now.
I do agree with you, and speaking of that veto, we do have it on screen. Both teams taking out their instant bans makes sense there. No questions to be had there. Inferno being the pick of Gaimin Gladiators makes sense. Very solid record for them, 9-3 overall. I believe we saw them play it yesterday, and it was one of those very scrappy maps that we saw, 13-11. Again, they won it, but it was not pretty. It was quite a brawly match. Map number 2, picked by Red Canids, is also a map that Gaimin Gladiators played yesterday in Nuke. It is a map that they have a huge record, a huge advantage on, I dare say. Again, as you mentioned, it's set up to potentially and probably be a 2-0 in terms of statistics, and it definitely makes sense with a 15-3 record on Nuke.
Well, we're going to send it to a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll start off this series on Inferno between Red Canids and Gaimin Gladiators. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Red Canids versus Gaimin Gladiators. It is Pineapple Phillips and Paladin on the mic. We were just talking about that veto. Again, for those of you wondering, Inferno, Nuke, and Overpass are the 3 maps to play today. The first 2 maps being the same very 2 that Gaimin Gladiators played yesterday versus Dusty Roots. The third being a different map, not quite in their, actually it is quite in their wheelhouse. I was going to say they don't play it much, but they actually have a 10-6 overall record. I misread my notes. A very solid record for them if they can get there. But the bigger question, as we've been saying, is can they even get to that third and final map?
Yeah, I do think that it comes down to a big firepower question for the Gaimin Gladiators. And, you know, the system for Nekios is still a work in progress, I'd say. I mean, this roster's only been together for about a couple of months at this point. But you look at BSD, you look at the inconsistency that he brings on the AWP, you think about the ceiling that players like Jota can provide, and I think the underrated aspects of Barton's gameplay. He's a misrepresented anchor in the Brazilian scene, and he's definitely had some lows. Don't get me wrong. I do think that while I wasn't the biggest fan of the removal from Legacy, it's clearly elevated that team's performance as they've just lifted an international trophy today. So for Barton and for Nekios, both of these guys are looking for redemption. They're trying to find a little bit more in the tank, and this is the roster to do it, but they've got to show up for themselves. In big crunch time situations, it was Nekios that was able to produce individually to get them over the line. So there's a lot of different questions surrounding Gaimin Gladiators, and I think we'll get a lot of answers today just about how tough they are mentally, especially in a grand final situation like this one.
Yeah, Bartin, Nekios, and Jota are the 3 I always look at to be the veterans on this team overall. 3 of the names that have been around the scene for quite a while. And the thing that worried me yesterday was the fact that they were very slow to start. All 3 of them had kind of shaky starts to both maps, and then kind of, especially in that second half, kind of flipped a switch and really began to hit their stride, hit their groove, and find the impact that we would have expected from them. So if they can get started a little bit earlier, if they can bring that firepower, which you're very concerned about, as you mentioned, maybe they have a chance. But the veto definitely feels like it favors the Red Canids team. Speaking of, it is the T side for Gaimin Gladiators. They're rushing straight down middle, going towards Arch this time around through a smoke. And it's actually a 3-man setup kind of towards Boiler. 1 in the apartments, 2 were under the balcony. But the T side is going to sidestep that entirely. Over towards B is the call. The 4-man stack at A does not pan out. And now Che has to answer the call here as the lone defender. Gush down to 7. Cowes, though, racing down Banana. Flying headshot on the dualies. Che, though, cannot buy that much time. And Jota through the smoke. It's his turn to find one right around the edge. A very good start for this T side as the bomb hits dirt.
It's a really awkward round for the CT side, but that flash is absolutely gorgeous, completely blinds up that CT player, and Venom Zera is going to lock in a couple of kills for himself. It's up to Jota and Barton in this post plan, and you still got Barton waiting. The snake in the grass still stays alive for as long as possible, but Jota's been spotted. Now they can triangulate him, and they've already got somebody on the defuse, and the switch over from drop, the 90-degree flick, and I do think he may have enough time. I'm not sure, actually, at this point. Yeah, he definitely doesn't have it.
He does.
Oh, it's legitimately last tick, but what a sequence. I mean, if we're going to get this level of Counter-Strike out the gates, we're in for a doozy.
Yeah, this is exciting Counter-Strike. Individuals already hitting some crazy, wacky shots. Very good flash there as well. Going for that peek towards CT. Venom Zera getting that nice double. And this crossfire at the end almost was enough to get across the line for this T side. But the individual shot from drop, that 180 flick right here. You can hear the shot land right as the replay expires. A massive one from him and an immediate tack pause coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. Again, a hard-fought round and a round that compels them to go for a force buy in round 2.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. You bring it down to a one-on-one. You get the bomb down as well. And I do think that force buys can be just so potent on this map, especially when you get a bit of early car control, if you get up in apartment safely. There's definitely avenues to make those close-range weapons work, but, I mean, you don't even really have that in this situation. It's a deagle on both Jota and SHC. But keep an eye out on what BSD is up to. Is he thinking of going aggressive in those apartments? Are they setting him up on a flash peek into the B site? But overall, You gotta commend the clutch ability on the Red Canids side, battling back on a man disadvantage scenario on that B site.
Yes. Again, the Deagles do confuse me as well. I always talk about this map as being something of a half-buy map where the Tech 9s can really reign supreme. And if the Tech 9s can find success, the Mac 10 can find even more. But of course, this is a slower round, not a pop play, which really would favor that kind of weaponry. Gaimin Gladiators. They're leaning towards B. 4 here. They have that lurk over towards the apartments. That's SHZ on a Deagle. We have 2 on this B site as well. Flash over. Some information gained for the CT side off those shots. I think the sound of the Molotov tick was out of range, though. And the T side...
Definitely not making any secrets about this, though, right? I mean, it's the Molotov ticks, it's the drop-off from the half wall. I mean, you can call that third rotation if you want, but I feel like this is very telegraphed.
It is. The issue is that Red Canids aren't playing brackets. They're playing passive over on A. They don't have that information. You mentioned it's telegraphed, but when you aren't looking for this kind of tell, then you're not going to rotate preemptively. Push comes in, as you mentioned, a very stock standard kind of execute with what they had. And while bullets are exchanged and so is damage, no kills go in either direction. It's a full 5 versus 5 going into this retake, and well, there's no utility to hold off the CT side. If they go for their flashes and they're well placed, it could be a mop-up. It could be shooting fish in a barrel over towards this B site.
The 5v5, I would favor the T's. There's plenty of flashes to get into the bomb site. It's just about connecting, but building out of these crossfires is always going to be difficult. Wow, gorgeous flashes to clear out Pool, though. Venom's era history, they all chime in, but it still comes down to a 2-on-1. Finally, they pin that player in Emo back against the wall, and Drop will still get another defuse, another clutch in the 5-on-5. Not an easy retake by any means on that B side, despite the flashes, but well placed, well executed. And it just feels like no matter how undermanned that B bomb site is, Red Canids find a way to dig past whatever's thrown at them and get the round any which way, which blows my mind, Phillips.
Oh, it absolutely does. I really like the double flash water. They know it's a packed bomb site of T-side players. They know that they have to be playing doubled up in certain positions, just given how confined that bomb site is. And so they double flash knowing that there's probably a player playing anti in towards water, and it works perfectly to find the second player and by extension blinding them both, getting both kills. Very well done. And again, good spacing, just excellently. Exemplary work from Red Canids, and it looks like we do have a bit of a technical pause here. Hopefully it will be a brief one, but Red Canids looking good. It's been expensive rounds, but rounds that are won consistently nonetheless. This third round should be a chance for them to play against an eco and build up that CT economy.
You know, I actually don't think it's ridiculous if Gaimin Gladiators double dip here and try to force yet again. I mean, you get a bomb plant, you bring it down to 2 players alive. You do have your foot on the neck of that CT economy. It's a little risky for sure when you consider just how many offensive rounds you do need on Inferno these days. But I do think that there is potency for it in this kind of situation. It's clear that this B bomb site is something that's going to be undermanned and something that can be targeted again and again. I think they just need a little bit more utility to stall out the post. They need to make a little bit more pressure in terms of how those late rounds are being approached. But for right now, yeah, I don't think it's ridiculous to do this. I mean, they're not going to go all in, which is still honestly smart. You still have some potency with these Tech 9s. You can still get a lot out of an AK from Joda. So Red Canids are not out of the woods just yet, but they can exhale just a little.
Yeah, a little bit more breathing room. That AK on Jota, though, is very scary, especially given the fact that he's coming out the gate swinging. I mentioned he was slow to start yesterday. Does not appear to be the case here on Grand Final Sunday. Flash in Banana, pushing through the smoke. Drop will fall away. He's now stuck at sandbags, though. Does he have the support required? Do they even clear him is the bigger question. His teammate goes down, but he'll get 2 and tag 2 more before falling. The issue is it's still even footing. Still a 3 versus 3 with 2 rifles in play for Gaimin Gladiators, but 2 of them are lit, and now the final 2 alive are the players lit. BSD and Canids, 35 and 22 HP respectively. And at this point, I feel like damage is their only real path forward. I don't know. Unless they pull off something miraculous individually, there shouldn't be a chance for them in this round, given how red Canids are playing.
Still plenty of utility on the backs of the red Canids. You've already flushed out new box. Nekias now can be traded, but that flash is slightly off the mark, but the spray even more so. And you're only going to have a very small window of opportunity in situations like that. Again, another B-site plant and another failed post-plant situation for the Gaimin Gladiators. This time not checking their corners on the sandbags to make matters worse. And it just feels like as time goes on, these B defenders are figuring out how to get through these situations by at least getting a couple of kills and making these retakes even more doable. Now, when you get these guns out, sure, you know, you have all the AKs, you have all the utility, but there still has to be a solution in trying to hold back these defenders in those post-plant situations.
Yeah, stop those bomb plants, start to maybe whittle away at that big extra bit of cash that the Gaimin Gladiators have been building up. And I want to highlight as well, Gaimin Gladiators are very solid on this map, but they're also far more strong on the T side. Almost, actually over a 60% win rate on the T side, 62.5, and a sub 50% win rate on the CT. So the pressure's kind of on to get a 7-5 half on this T side for Gaimin Gladiators if the stats have anything or any truth to them.
SHG now going aggressive, and Boiler finding a player through the smoke, and I think Neck has just caught a shoulder there of Kawez. A couple of unfortunate timing for the Canids, but Gaimin Gladiators pounce. They grab themselves brackets, they have themselves front car. It feels like this one is a gimme, unless Drop can go Herculean yet again. He's going to need more than just a couple, and he's found 2 already. And another player going straight through that smoke. I think he's caught a whiff of him, but can't connect. Nekias brings a little bit of normalcy back into the round, but another situation where Nekias wants to go through the smoke and it ships in the night. So unfortunate for Che that he doesn't catch out that player. Still a doable 1-on-2 for history, but as time continues to elapse, SHG will get to the scene of the crime, and this one should be an open and shut case. This should be a T-sided round, and with history's low HP, he doesn't want to have anything to do with this one. Well done to Nekias for putting the team on his shoulder there.
Very well done. A 3K for him in the round. And once again, I'm going to say it. Talked about how Nekias, Jota, and Bartin were all kind of quiet yesterday at the start. Not the same today. Maybe a bit more of a chance for this Gaimin Gladiators team. As Nekias is at 5, Jota is at 4. Very well done to get their first on the board rather early with their first proper rifle buy. But Red Canids still have the op in play for history, and they still have not the best money, but enough money in the bank to get an, I was going to say an okay buy. It's not bad, but it's definitely not great. MP9 for Kawez, FAMAS for Venom Zera. Leaves a lot to be desired, but it's a lot better than the half buys and forced investments we saw from Gaimin Gladiators earlier on.
History out with that AWP, peers down the bottom of middle, boost up on the CTs quite early, mind you. And they take significant nade damage and don't really even get to confirm a kill, so lost battle in the early stages on Banana. That Molly's gonna push them back even further. Systematic in their take of Cargo Gaimin Gladiators. But look at this, resilient as ever. Drop and Che do not want to give this up, no matter how much damage they've taken in this kind of scenario. They're calling over a third player just in case, and I do like that Kawez will be here with that MP9. As the smoke fades, here comes the dry swing, the boost is up, and Nekias and Jota find the 2 players necessary. They've pinned Drop to the side of sandbags, and this time they'll make sure that car is easily in their control. Should be a easy second round conversion as Venom Zera and history look to save.
Look to save, but with SHZ already getting the info, there might be a bit of a hunt here from the T side. And yes, there will be. Already through T-spawn is one. Bartin is in apartments towards Boiler. He finds the FAMAS. And I don't think History will be so lucky in this round as he was the last. Flash comes through 2 now here. And they jump by. History good for 1. Can't escape BSD, though. Can't escape the clutches of the T's. No rifles saved. No ops saved for the CT side. And that means they're going to be on a save. Maybe a pistol, maybe some flashes from Che, but that should be the only investment we see. And I also want to say, that double swing towards Banana makes sense to me, but why do you have the second player on an MP9? Why do we want the player committing to the fight to have the lesser of the 2 rifles? If he had the M4, he could have probably won that opening duel onto the player boost right here. See that dink? The M4 probably would have gotten the job done there, but the MP9 doesn't have that kind of stopping power you wish it would.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstance there for sure. And although I commended the way that they were able to adapt to these B-side pressures, it still feels pretty flimsy, and I do really like the fact that Nekiz is unrelenting in how they want to take car. They want to keep fighting for it, and they want to keep winning that duel. And what did they get rewarded with? A full eco here for the CT side. A couple of pistols for sure, but no armor behind them. Really begs the question, what can they really cause in terms of the impact here?
It's really interesting to me as well that the CTs go for an A-site stack when it's been so much aggression towards Banana. Maybe they're thinking the T-side might overthink it. And again, it's pistols. They're not going to realistically do anything, let's be honest. But it does leave me a little bit confused. SHZ is the lurk here towards brackets. He has support from alt mid, but it's very far removed. And I don't think the CTs are going to move until they get contact. So it's all on SHZ. And actually, maybe this stack could do something. Gaimin Gladiators not meeting that, not seeing that Banana aggression that they've seen for the last couple rounds. Now thinking about going towards A instead, and now things can get dicey.
Oh yeah, here it comes. SHG caught with so many players around the other corner, but that flash just hits all 3 of the players actually facing in that situation. That it was so easy. But hold on, there's still a little bit of something in this round. Drop gets an AK to pick up, and now a very doable 1-on-2. Key point to note though is no kit and no armor as well. And with Arch firmly in the grasp of the T's, I mean, there's no real rotation point that Drop can go through. And now that the bomb hits dirt, I think the goal for Drop is to save this gun. But man, did it get close.
Yeah, very good economic damage from the CT side. And I think the save is by far the better call. Drop only has 1,800 cash in the bank. This will ensure he can get a full set of utility. Maybe even drop a rifle for a teammate if they're so desperate. Smart call, and again, good damage. I'm surprised Gaimin Gladiators overthought this round, given the lack of overall just aggression or attention towards B. Kind of psyched themselves out a little bit, perhaps. Either way, tie ball game, and BSD still has that op for the T side.
Guns come back out, and History doesn't have that AWP. You can definitely feel like he's got a little bit more of a different approach as far as rifling goes. A huge reliance on that AWP. Of course, in this day and age, you need that rifling to be on point in this game. And we'll see what he can do. But into the A bomb site for him. BSD's counterpart, though, looking for that opener to kickstart things here on B. A little bit of a different complexion for the Gaimin Gladiators. And same goes for the Canids. No real duel until that flash comes in. Another flash completely blindsides BSD. But Nekiz on that trade does give an avenue over to this B bomb site. But beautiful little sequence there from Kawaz. Completely ices out that game plan from the Gaimin Gladiators. And now they have the tuck tail back over to A.
Very well sequenced there. Peeking out right as the T smoke blooms, and right before the CT1 does, a clean fight one that could have been a trade otherwise. Venom, Zera, and Pit He has a second player on site now in history, not on the op, but still on a rifle. And now a third in rotation coming towards a library, or wine, I should say. The issue is, SHZ is quite close. They need to be weary of this position. SHZ holding for it. Doesn't get the clean shot. Now the information's gained, and it's a pivot right on back towards B. Drop needs to be careful. It's now an awkward situation, and SHZ buys a good amount of time. Finds one in towards wine. And now Drop is out of position and almost forced to go for a retake. He's going to race in, though. And that is his undoing. The op of Barthin finds the kill. And these final pair of CT players, these final two, are now both very far out of position and now going for a flank down banana.
Oh, and there's a scope right on their tails. And I think there's just an inkling in the Canids' minds that that's a possibility. I think SHZ is my MVP for that round. Just finding one kill there and turning so much attention to that second anchor. If there's any world where Kawes lives and SHZ doesn't find anything, you've got a man advantage on the retake, you've got utility to boot, and sure, it's a difficult opportunity to try and get back through those long lines that the op from Barton can hold, but there's a possibility at the retake. Instead, the Gaimin Gladiators capitalize, and I really do sometimes worry with Nekiz and his style of calling that he's a bit too slow, that he can't make these mid-round decisions fast enough, but this was electric from him. Making the call over to A, once taking arch control, immediately pouncing on the B control, and then going into that B split. It's showing evolutions in his gameplay, and that has to be celebrated.
Yeah, it was a very solid read, a very fluid rotation back and forth. You know, it almost... when it doesn't work, I should say, I would call it waffling back and forth. I would say indecisive, but in this case, it was near perfect, near instantaneous. They had the read instantaneously. When they saw that player over towards Wine, they knew there was 1B max, and he'd likely be trying to help deal with that arch player. SHZ plays it perfectly, as you mentioned, the MVP of that round undoubtedly. And then that leaves just enough room for the final pair to race back towards B. The op has a perfect read of the situation to hold the angle towards CT. And from there, that round just collapses for the defense. Very well done. And it leaves me excited for this one because, again, it's anybody's game. It is the pick of Gaimin Gladiators technically, but it's also a map that Red Canids are very, very solid on. We have a technical pause once again. Should be another short one, fingers crossed, and we'll be back into the action shortly, but it's already been an electric, very solid individually played game and also a very solid team-based game. I think a lot of depth from both teams.
Yeah, it's not a star-focused best of three by any means. I mean, especially considering how much firepower there is on the server, you would consider it as such, but right now it's good calling from both ends. I like the adaptations from Drop and company on that defensive end, and I like the pace at which Nekiz is approaching this T side on Inferno as well. Right back at it. SHZ looking to get some apartments control. Hand in hand with Barton. But no aggressive setup here from the CT side on either end, mind you. You've got a floater in history, but that's about it. No real motion. And with that, the Gaimin Gladiators are just going to pounce. They're going to keep this one nice and simple. They're going to go charging up lane straight into the crosshairs of Kawes, and he's completely undermanned. He doesn't have anybody else to support him other than Venom Zera, and he gets restricted to only one. It's pandemonium all over the A bomb site, and Gaimin Gladiators strike again with the fifth.
Very solid as well. The early goings went the way of the CT side, but once the rifles have come through for Gaimin Gladiators, it has been a T-side train. As I mentioned, they are a very T-sided team, but I was not expecting this kind of dominant performance from them. It's 5 in a row, and keep in mind, every round, the first 3 included, were very close at the very least that they lost. They got bomb plants in all 3 of the first. They can keep a couple rounds clean. They can really build up that T-side economy, that T-side resiliency. And from there, it's going to be really hard for Red Canids to get back into this one. Even if they win a round, it'll mean that Gaimin Gladiators still have a solid buy on deck and another really good chance to reset that CT economy. ESD still has his op too. He hasn't had much to say with it.
Frankly, hasn't had to, right? I mean, you just think about with how they're able to end these rounds. Ever since the rifles did come out, there hasn't been a need for him in these post-plant scenarios when the CTs are off to save. So things look good on that end, but this definitely does look like a not live type of situation.
Yep, there goes drop.
Oh, brutal.
Some connection issues, it appears. But hopefully he'll be back shortly. But yeah, the Opera hasn't had to do anything, which, you know, I would like to see what he can do on this map on the T side, given that it's not an Opera's map for the T side. But also, it is a very good thing for the T side's prospects that he hasn't had to step up to the plate. And
yeah, I think we're in for a good map from him regardless. I think he definitely has his issues in terms of accuracy, but I do think his positioning has been pretty solid, and especially when we switch over to the CT side, I think he can call his shots a little bit better, and that's where you'll start to see a little bit more impact from him. For right now, though, you're looking at players like Joda that are on the extremities. You're looking at players like Nekias himself, who's individually performing very well, and you say that these guys are winning us the rounds. We're going to continue to use that in terms of how we're going to rack up rounds on this offense.
yeah, and what I'm noticing as well is Gaimin Gladiators are winning a lot of these rounds, not in the post plant. They're winning these rounds on the execute, on the picks, on the opening duels. When Red Canids started off this map, they were winning it in the retakes. So it feels like if Red Canids can kind of just stall out time a little bit more effectively, not lose players early on like they have been, maybe they have a chance once it gets to that late round. But right now, it's Gaimin Gladiators in the driver's seat. If Red Canids can find a way to navigate the early utility, find a way to navigate the early probes for information and the early set pieces, maybe they can get back to the winner's column, but we'll have to wait and see if they can make that kind of adjustment or they even feel that kind of change is needed right now in this first half.
Let's see. It's a Deagle on History and a 5-7 on Venom Zera. With max loss bonus, this means that they can keep buying, essentially, and it's aggression all the way through, and somehow it's the pistol that gets 3 kills. Venom Zera goes absolutely nuclear. And somehow we get left into a 2-on-2. History taking significant damage in that initial exchange, but still lives to tell the tale. And now Che's just really in a weird position. He doesn't necessarily know if he wants to commit to this B play, whether he wants to join hands back in. This silence is very well called from the Gaimin Gladiator side and really sows some seeds of doubt into the defense.
Yes, it does, but in the same vein, if it's pistols and a couple rifles, you got to be careful. If the CTs can slink around, find a dropped rifle, it'll become a lot more potent and a lot more difficult to deal with. They, of course, don't know that Che has that rifle. History could have gone through the apartments, but no, he'll stick with the Deagle. Woo. As we saw, in small pit, he finds one, and the second now racing into sight has given away his position as well. It's effectively locked in. The issue is that Molotov does it in one, but I can't even get the words out of my mouth. Che's immediately there with the trade. Red Canids. It looked disastrous at the start with that push up middle. 2 players going down for nothing, but the triple on the 5-7 coming through from Venom Zera is massive to bring them back. And of course, the Deagle and the M4 are enough to get across the line in the end. Very big win on a half buy to get themselves back in the winner's column.
Yeah, absolutely massive work from Venom Zera, a guy that's been criminally underrepresented in the South American region for quite some time, played so many different roles. I honestly think that in this iteration, he was on the biggest hot seat for me, but he stepped up massively with this new iteration, and there's some clear evidence for that being the case. Another contact play here from the Gaimin Gladiators as they go charging up A, and History's been caught completely off guard. It's got to be Venom Zera up against it again, and he still only finds 2 and needs a little bit more. Luckily, Kawaz is here at the scene of the crime. Joda and Barton will still fight back. Bomb down on the long side of things, or the short side of things, excuse me. Kawaz will surge forward, in through all the chaos, looking for Barton, and still can't manage to find him. Just ships the night across the map. And we'll reset here with 55 seconds left on the clock.
Yep, slow things down again. You mentioned it. It's a good idea in one of these situations where it's kind of like a 2 versus 2, but the critical factor is no bomb. The bomb makes it far easier for the CTs to kind of let the time fizzle as well. And they now have a very solid setup in the pit. One small, one big. Drop holding at the balcony. Doesn't matter to Jota, though. Holding that small pit swing, finds one. Drop tagged quite low. Gets one, but not the second. Good kill from Martin, swinging up truck side. And the op will also be recovered for this T side of Gaimin Gladiators as well. Dropped right over to BSD. And this is the danger, as I mentioned. Red Canids at least had a bit of extra money in the bank because they won the half buy, but they're already at the end of their economic rope. There's already issues for this investment. I see a lack of utility on a couple. I don't see a kit in play, and that means a post-plant retake is going to be far more unlikely.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, massive couple of nades there from the T side. Half HP on both Drop and Chain. They've been trying this half wall boost quite a number of times. It hasn't necessarily netted them what they're looking for, and it won't this time either. 9 HP for Nekiz. That fadeaway nade might have just barely caught Che, but he still lives. Brackets now being taken by SHG here. Isn't able to find it just yet, but things look good for the Gaimin Gladiators in the early round. When you think about how they're able to take Car round in and round out, and still have Brackets control being considered as well.
For once, Gaimin Gladiators weren't rewarded with that early pick towards Banana, so they showed some presence towards Brackets. Second prong of a normal Inferno default. But they won't go towards A. It's still going to be an executed B. Red Canids are ready for this. They have 3 on site. Drop and Che, though, are both quite low, tagged by the utility earlier on. Straight racing, Cow is boosted up, caught by Jota. The nade in the smoke does him in. Drop trying to push through the smoke, finds only one. Good trade, and now Che and Dark has to do a lot. A double lined up, gifted to him. Nekiz and Jota, the final pair, Op and AK. Op is still on Banana, now Heard on that jump. And Jota coming in from Church, looks to find the kill, but he can't get the clean shot. Jota gets the kill at long last, but Venom Zera drops the op. Jota fakes the plant. Oh, 4 seconds left. He gets the first kill, but no time at all. He tries to bait the peek. Venom Zera will peek, but after time. And Gaimin Gladiators let the round get away from them. Red Canids steal the round. A very important one as well. This double from Che is what makes that round.
Yeah, I mean, the bait and switch was absolutely gorgeous. I mean, they have 2 players going charging in through those smokes. You would check Emo in those kinds of scenarios when you think about like a normal context, but in this situation, leaving him alone and Chase smartly not facing whatsoever until that last sequence is everything. He realizes the time on the clock. He realizes the amount of gravitas his position brings. And even after those 2 kills, I think what's even more impressive is just not facing once he makes it to new box. He takes a little bit of contact and he knows he's spotted, but he knows the value that his life brings and how much the other Ts have to pay attention to him in that circumstance. And as soon as that happens, the CTs have rotated in through the CT spawn, and then they've got everything right in front of them. They've got a couple of backs turned, and Venom Zera very smartly holds strong in the one-on-one and gets that kill after time. So real credit there to Venom Zera, who's just been on a tear as far as these last few rounds are concerned. 14-8, and is essentially single-handedly keeping them in this first half.
Oh, he absolutely is. Che's play, you mentioned it, the amount of time he buys is unreal. He definitely gets Nekiz set up for a kill as well, or set up for an early death, I should say, to be killed, because the op has to focus on sight towards New Box and Dark instead. Very well done, just to tuck and hide, knowing not to overextend. And Venom Zera, as you mentioned, seals the deal, gets a little bit of gravy on top of the victory with the kill after time. I'm interested to see what the economy looks like going into this final round of the first half because of that blunder. And history as well, already we can note he does have the op in play. So A real chance for Red Canids to right the ship, as it were, and bring us back to a very respectable halftime score. But I was expecting things to potentially be a little bit more in their favor in this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. It does worry me with Drop's connection issues, how he's feeling mentally in a game like this, where you're not getting stability and you're having to stop and start again and again. Luckily, the scoreline has not gotten out of hand, so that definitely is fine for now. But as his best of three continues to rage on, that is something to keep in the back of your mind.
It's awful, too, because he's the IGL. If you leave the server as the IGL, you can't see where your players are, where your pieces are. You know, back in the day, we always talked about the IGL playing a game of an RTS when he dies, still controlling all the pieces. You can't do that when you're not in the server. You can't see anything. So it's doubly bad for the CT side. We did get a bit of investment. Hopefully he'll be back here shortly. It has been small, quick technical pauses thus far, so hopefully the trend is not bucked. Hopefully small intermissions at most are all that we have to deal with. But Red Canids still looking very solid to bring it back to even the score at 6 apiece.
We're going to figure out this tech pause issue for good, hopefully. So we'll take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll have that tech pause resolved.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our tech pause has hopefully been figured out for good, fingers crossed. We have one round before our halftime break, the final round of the first half. I thought the economy would be dire for Gaimin Gladiators, but it's worse than I feared. Pistols, a Deagle, a P250, Tech 9s, and an AK, but only one for Bartin versus, a cobbled together buy for the CT side, but far better in every respect.
Yeah, no mollies as well, so if you think about those executions in the late round, definitely won't have that kick behind it to clear out some positions. I'm really hoping that these pistols can get a foothold, but I like this bluff from the Canids. A deep smoke and a banana, check in from drop on that MP9. They hold on to it for quite some time, and now they call that second rotation back in, as Gaimin Gladiators will get this for free, completely dry. They called a bluff, and that's really impressive that they're able to get away with this. Now they have an opportunity to close the distance with these pistols. I say that, and now that smoke goes up. Maybe not so much now.
Go through. There's only one player here on site. Throw a smoke CT. Go for it. If you have the read, if you're this confident, just push through. Pistols at the forefront. Jota clearing out. He didn't clear box, but he's going to do it now. Some damage on the drop. It's just an MP9, and he can't do anything. Che pushing forward, caught by the P250 I mentioned earlier. It is a disaster class of a hold from the Red Canids. 3 versus 5. Kawas, Venom's era history. Looking to tie things up, but it's going to be an uphill battle. Nade does the first in, but still 4 to find and to defuse to boot. Boost is spotted. Cow is getting the info. Good shot onto that player up top. The Molotov, though, not deep enough to force BSD out. BSD, in fact, gets the kill instead. SHZ, the second, I don't know. And history drops the op for an M4, but in a 1v3 with no time at all, there's no chance for him in the round. 7 to 5 on Inferno. And a very solid performance for Gaimin Gladiators. An individually star-studded performance, but still a performance that required a lot of teamwork, a lot of depth, and a lot of strategy. Gaimin Gladiators are impressing here and now, but will that continue into the CT side? That is the bigger question. We'll find out when we return from the halftime break.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. Feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
And we're back to the ECL Season 50 Cup number 3 Grand Finals in South America. It's Red Canids taking on the Gaimin Gladiators, and of course, Red Canids getting off to a decent start, but the clawback from GG was absolutely fantastic, and they close it out with a scrappy force buy to get themselves 7 offensive rounds. Now it's the Red Canids' turn to take to the offense, and we'll see what they can do here in half number 2.
Yep, as I mentioned, Gaimin Gladiators not quite as solid on the CT side as compared to the T. They have a sub 50%, just sub of 50% win rate over on the CT side. So this 7-5 does give them a little bit of wiggle room to work with. And Red Canids, a far more tepid T-side pistol than we saw from Gaimin Gladiators. If you recall, they just ran straight up middle towards Arch. Whereas this T-side has gotten banana control, faked a bit of presence towards middle, not quite to brackets, and are now grouping back up towards B for a smoke and flash play over top to CT. Jota, good nade to chip everybody down. And now with Dooley's on side, he's able to do something. The flashes, though, are very good. And the keys and SHZ, instead of the ones to cap things off, or start things off, I shouldn't say. Drop finds one, but Nikis drops history, leaving just Drop alone. 23 HP, spamming with the Glock out of sheer desperation. And it almost came to the knife fight there at the end, but in the end, blades are not required. 5-8 as Gaimin Gladiators extend their lead, take the pistol round, and importantly, shut down Red Canids without a bomb plan.
Yeah, this is just fantastic individual work from Nekias, dancing around the new box there, finding so many free kills with just a couple of bullets on this USP, and just managing to escape death there, making sure that there's no possibility of the clutch. That's a round that the Canids would want back for sure, but at this point, Gaimin Gladiators looking to scream past on their map pick. Of course, job not done yet. This one should be one of those freebies, but the road is definitely looking a little bit cleaner now to get to that map 1 victory.
Far cleaner. And it wasn't our official prediction, but our talks did definitely lead us to believe it would be a 2-0 in favor of Red Canids, but right now that's not the picture being painted. We'll see if that solo P250 on drop can lead the team to victory. It'd be quite a statement if they'd find that. But Gaimin Gladiators are not getting aggressive. They have one player towards car. I believe he's spotting, holding the angle for the push. It's an M4, so a little bit worrisome, but he gets the spot. He'll fall back. Actually, race in. The M4 is full blinded by his teammate. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. Race in, he'll get a 3rd. Drop finding a kill. Venom's there at 2nd. Now there's some upgrades on the ground. Now there's a chance for some real damage. The bomb will cross as the smoke blooms. It'll go for the plant. And there he goes. Drop around the smoke. It's 1 running by. BSD, though, gets the trade and the 2nd. No bomb plant to be had, but good damage from a non-existent investment on the Red Canids side.
Man, a couple more bullets in that SMG, and who knows what happens to that round at that point. Maybe a little bit more time to get that bomb down. But either way, great sequence for the Canids. Couple of solid SMG kills, bolstering the economy a little bit more than, say, a bomb plant. But here's where a lot of heavy lifting has to be done from the Red Canids. And it's not off to a great start, as car control is very firmly in the favor of CTs, and they've just had no awareness that Nekas could get down here. But that spam from drop is nice, taking down his captain counterpart. And we still have ourselves a 4-on-4, and still banana control retained firmly for the defense.
Brackets control taken, though. Not brackets control, but bottom mid control around that smoke. Is a spread out CT side. 2 towards porch, 1 now rotating back in towards it. That means the solo banana defense. It makes sense when you have full B control, full banana control. Jota falling away, though, off the contact, throws a Molotov. I think Gaimin Gladiators might get a bit aggressive here towards brackets if nothing shows in the next couple of seconds. Jota getting a lot of info towards B. It's all on this duel. If they lose control of B, it's probably going to be a save here, unless Jota can find at least one, ideally two.
And they do shoot him off the angle, so smoke will come up. Spam is basically the only real attempt that Jota can have, but this flank from SHG is so quick. Finally, Venom Zera does turn just as he gave away that piece of the map. Bomb should be able to go down safely, as it has made the crossover. Oh, and Che still finds one through the smoke as well. That should seal it. BSD and Barton will head for the hills, and the Canids, they don't fall under pressure when they have car control. They follow through with their actions, and they get themselves their 6th.
I really like the play as well from Gaimin Gladiators. 3 over towards A. Get one aggressive down mid, going towards bottom, banana. Very good overall setup and read of the situation from Venom Zera, but the execution and the luck, I think, is the big one. It's just simply not on his side. A quick turnaround. Oh, it's from Venom Zera onto the player flanking down middle, excuse me. Good turnaround from him to find that kill. And although Gaimin Gladiators had a very firm understanding of what was heading in their direction, they simply couldn't put the pieces together. Red Canids, something to build on with 4 surviving. And Gaimin Gladiators don't really have the economy built up. They took a lot of damage in the round prior. So that means they're going to be on a 5-7, 2 MP9s, and M4s. And it looks like the tech pauses will continue to haunt us here, Paladin.
Such is the life. Well, we'll see. We'll figure out if we can actually get this one done quick. If not, we can potentially throw it to the break. Production, is that something that's on the cards here?
I'm sure he's asking the very same question. We'll have to wait and see, but for now we can talk a bit.
Sure.
We can pontificate. There's not much we can talk about, right? You know, it's still early goings in the round. I think Gaimin Gladiators have a chance. We saw the investment though. Doesn't look great. MP9's 5-7. We saw what the 5-7 can do. In fact, ESL already tweeted out the clip, the 3K down middle. So maybe we can see a similar play from the CT side of Red Canids now, or from Gaimin Gladiators, excuse me. I keep getting the teams mixed up, as they've swapped over to that CT side, but only time will tell. And again, we still have no idea on this tech pause. Fingers crossed it's one of those brief ones that we saw earlier, but you can only wait and see.
Look further on into the veto. It's Overpass, I believe, and as our decider. Yeah, Nuke next and Overpass is our decider. Still a pretty favorable veto, I'd say, to the Canids. I did see a lot of nice work from the Gaimin Gladiators on their T side of Overpass. So, I mean, if they can somehow notch themselves this Inferno win, I do think that the series suddenly becomes wide open. It's a hard conversation to write a 2-0 sweep for the Gaimin Gladiators, but winning in 3, definitely a possibility when you see what's down the pipeline.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. We did see them play Nuke yesterday. They were competent for the most part, but there were a lot of things that left Boggs and I scratching our heads. So it's not impossible, but it is definitely highly improbable that they win a map like Nuke, which is a bastion map for Red Canids. Again, 15-3 record on that map. They win 66.7% of the CT rounds. That's 2 out of every 3. And they still win over 50% of the T rounds. That is quite a disgusting stat line for them on that map. So realistically, I agree with you. Writing off Gaimin Gladiators on that map just seems like the right idea given their mixed bag 6-8 records, sub 50% win rate on both sides. But I can be cautiously optimistic that it'll at least be a good map. You know, Gaimin Gladiators looked scrappy yesterday, but the individuals are hitting right now. And the team overall is meshing very well on this map when compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I think I had some issues with that team cohesion, and I think the win over Audic was huge for them in terms of the confidence. And I think they've become a lot less hesitant with the calls that they want to make. They commit very strongly to the idea that they have. And you don't have any of these ridiculous late round plays where they're going into the bomb site with 10 seconds left. They haven't properly saved utility, so the execution isn't even definite. You've got decisiveness from the Gaimin Gladiators, and that is definitely something that I wasn't expecting as far as the assembly of this roster goes and the expectations from this roster goes, but they're finding win after win, and they're becoming more and more impressionable to me as time goes on. I had low expectations. I'll be the first one to say it, but I'll also be the first to say that they've definitely improved month on month at a very quick pace as well.
They've improved month on month, and I agree with you on even a shorter time scale. I think compared to yesterday, this is a new team, a very, very solid team. But it sounds like our pause, much like the last, is going to be a lengthier one than we had hoped. So we're going to throw it to a break, and when we return, we will have the rest of this map of Inferno. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back shortly with the rest. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, a bit of a lengthier tech pause, but not the end of the world. We are back into the action. 6-9, a very nice scoreline. Red Canids trailing, but they should have the advantage here. Full AKs versus MP9s and a 5-7 with a pair of M4s. Good utility damage done to both teams as well. Che at 21, BSD at 30, Bartine at 23. Now Naki's down to 62. A lot of harassing utility from this T side. That double nade does in SHC. The close angle double nade, quite the read from the T side to start things off.
Yeah, that's massive, and it completely shifts the entire setup for the Gaimin Gladiators. They disassemble all what they had in mind on the porch side, and they actually completely abandon the A-bomb side. This is unreal in terms of the gamble, but it doesn't feel like they're going to get here in time to stop anything. The bomb should be able to go down, and there's still significant damage on some of these players. The lineup is there, and Barton will hit the deck, and with that goes the round. When you talk about the finances, when you talk about the HP, the fact that they just didn't have enough utility to barrel back in, they called a save, and it's a smart call. But the Canids pull this game back in within 2.
Back within 2. Naki's saving an MP9 does suck. You hate to see it, but at least both M4s have been salvaged out of this round. A very big pair of weapons to give you some, at least, hope in the following. Red Canids, though, a flawless victory for them with that hefty bit of change already in the bank means that the T side is going to have a lot of capital to work with. It means that even if they lose a round or two, they should still have enough money to go for an investment in spite of the losses. Makes things far more difficult for the CT side to get the ball rolling. We should see a save in round 17 now for the CT side. Play around those M4s and that MP9 as best you can. Maybe buy a little bit of utility, but not much. And Red Canids, all the utility they could desire is on their belts. All the weaponry they need is in their hands. Naki's aggression down middle with the MP9. Blindsides 1, blindsides 2. He gets away as well. He doesn't grab the rifle, but the advantage is already massive for this CT side, and maybe the change of pace is all they needed.
Oh, but this could still change the scope of the round. Cowes has snuck all the way up, and he spotted the boost initially, and the dink is not enough to complete the kill. B bomb site open for business. 3v3 still advantage for the T side now.
3v3, it's a double for a double. Right when we thought the MP9 had done enough, it still has to answer another call to action. And this time around, it's not the MP9, it's an upgraded rifle. 2 AKs for SHG and the keys, and in a 3 versus 3 with no utility or lackluster utility and a kit, do you go for it? It looks like they will at least attempt to for banana control. ESD swinging out, falls though, that should be the round. That should be cut ties with it, save the AKs, go for the following, and that is exactly what Gaimin Gladiators will do. Head for the hills. Both those weapons will be saved. But Red Canids have brought this back within 1. Right when we thought Gaimin Gladiators might have turned the corner, found the lead they needed, we find ourselves right back at even footing.
And it's Cowes, the guy that's been pretty silent so far on this map of Inferno, to find the round-winning kills, essentially. And although Barton made it real close, that doesn't really count for anything if you're not able to find it. Luckily for the Gaimin Gladiators, though, that was a full eco. You had 2 saved rifles in on that one. You still got the AWP out for BSD. And you still have a chance to right the ship. It comes down to this one, really, as far as momentum is concerned. It's aggression from BSD initially to see if he can find an opener, but nothing. It's all smoke and mirrors on the banana side, and it's straight back to brackets control for the Canids.
Straight back to it. That smoke deep middle is not forced upon this time around. My friend group always calls that the chaos smoke. Instead, it's a push through from the T side, and now a push towards the arches. Jota, 1, Che, a trade via SHZ. Jota still here in the archway, preventing the wrap through towards B, and the CTs have already rotated in fully.
Big kill.
Arthi, yeah, in pit, gets the dink, but not the kill outright. Instead, it's for Kawes, the one-shot headshot. And that is enough to compel Gaimin Gladiators to save yet again. They're falling back. The smokes buy enough time for the T side, and the CTs don't want to challenge, especially not with a op in this kind of retake.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-0 trade on the side anchor. I mean, at that point, if he doesn't at least go 1-for-1, there's just no meaning for the Gaimin Gladiators to go for that. And they call a save yet again. That's just a well-executed sequence there through the arch side, and the kill onto the pit player was even more instrumental. Canids now simplifying things here on this T side and finding so many cheeky little slip-ins into the A side, into the B side as well. And it's working so effectively. And even with these players on the CT side effective, when you look at what Jota's been able to do, what Nekias has been able to do, at the end of the day, you're just finding some more effective entries on that T side. And they're just inching everything together slowly but surely.
Exactly. I want to see BSD get active. Go for an opening pick. Try to get aggressive. Your op needs to activate. It's been quiet the most of this map. The vast majority of this map. The only real op impact I can think of was when it was picked up, I believe it was by Nekias, to go for a pick over towards B and win the round in a 3 versus 4 or a 2 versus 4.
Wow, look at this pace. All the way to Arch at a minute 20. And now they're bearing down on this A bomb site absolutely instantaneously. You've got a crossfire, sure, but it's getting disassembled as moments go on. This Cold Zero box player has absolutely nothing in the tank. The trades are phenomenal. And at this point in the round on the A bomb site, a 3v3 is always going to be T-sided favored. No utility as well. Nekias has got that singular flashbang, a lot riding on the shoulders of BSD to cut this one down to a 3-on-2.
They are attempting it. One flash left. That's all they have. The op unruly in the retake. We already covered that in the round prior. Good nade onto the player site box. History down to 41, but that won't matter for the op. Spot comes in. The AK shots aren't clean. Instead, it's Venom's there to find the first. It's Nekias lurking. Yep, and that's when you cut ties. If you can't find that kill early, just go away. Che hunts down Jota, though, adding insult to injury, and Gaimin Gladiators overstayed their welcome. Red Canids might lose a player after the bomb. Yep, Venom Zera goes down, but it doesn't matter. We talked about it, or I talked about it at least. The T side building up that bank. Venom Zera's at 15K prior to investment. There's no problem buying up rifles yet again. Gaimin Gladiators with only one survivor. I believe it was only one. Will now have to try and figure out what to do. They're going to be lacking at least in some department, whether it be utility, whether it be weaponry. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's not a pretty situation for the Gaimin Gladiators, but with max loss, they're going to continue to invest. They don't want this map to just slip through their fingers in this kind of a fashion, but when there's absolutely no resistance on the brackets end and they can split into the A bomb site with a minute 25, you've got some real problems on your hands. They've got to find a way to either slow the offense down there so they can get that third player in position, or they're going to have to go on the offense themselves and maybe take some more apartments control or find some deep fights over the bridge side. Either which way, it's not going to cut it on that A side if they want to hold on to that part of the bomb site.
Yeah. And Red Canids find themselves in the lead for the first time in a very long time. I believe the last time they had it was when they were up 3-0, and then they lost a multitude of rounds in a row. Triple nade over the wall, gets Nekias, drops the op to 19. In the meanwhile, Che is felled, but still an advantage for Red Canids. The op will still stand undaunted at Banana, looking for its one, and it might just be gifted it. And Molotov, never mind. Molotov will force him away. He can't stand in that for long without dying. And Gaimin Gladiators, a quick rotation to B is the right call. 3 are here, and they're aggressing. They're getting aggressive. The flash comes short. It's going to do them in, but it's not. Jota flashed in, finds damage, finds some damage, gets a kill via a team kill. BSD and SHZ, though, do it all. The op and the nade leave history alone. The opper on the AK finds one. Flash is looking for a second. He has the bomb. And he can actually rotate over towards A as well. There's still time for him to work with.
Flash is over. Maybe he can make the best out of a bad situation. He's going to hightail it. I don't know what kind of sound cue Barton was given, but he's going to get to the A bomb site fast enough. Gun out, body spotted, but headshot not connected, and Barton will capitalize. Quick feet there to equalize the set 10s. And man alive, it did feel like the Red Canids had every opportunity to close out that B bomb site play. They found all the entries. They had an opper isolated as well. He only gets one shot off. And they even find a way to restrict whatever damage happened on Carr to that one team kill. It was best case scenario there for the T side. And yet still, a beautiful combination with nades completely silences any attempt at an 11th round for the Red Canids. And now they've got to do this one the hard way. All the bells and whistles still secured for the Gaming Gladiators side. And more importantly, you've got BSD waking up as well on that AWP.
Waking up, but the money's still low. If Red Canids isolate that victory, it's back to a full save, you know, barring whatever you managed to salvage from the round prior for Gaming Gladiator. So they're still not out of the woods yet. They need to stabilize if they want a second wind here at this late point in the second half. Jota throws a smoke. I believe he's in front of it. And he will be. Kawes gets the kill. Flash from Nakiz in response. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't blind him. Nakiz lucky to get the kill, but Drop is immediately there with the trade. And as you can tell, Gaimin Gladiators' feet are rooted on A. They are not going for this retake. They are saving their weapons for the following. If they save 3 guns, they'll be able to cobble a buy of some sort together. It won't be pretty. The question is, how voraciously does Venom Zera hunt? Because every kill is going to be incredibly consequential at this critical juncture in the map.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of really awkward ways to lose both sides of the map. I mean, you talk about the pace on the A bomb site, and you talk about the jump spotting on the CT spawn as well. That little juncture there gives that opportunity to Kawes for a second time. I mean, that play that he had on the full eco with the 2 saved rifles, that's something that's able to happen maybe once in a map, let alone twice in the fashion that it did on a buy round, no less. The hunt is definitely on here, but they won't be able to find anyone, unfortunately. That Molotov will get there, but it's just a tick too late. So at 11 secured, 3 guns secured on the other end for the defense. They can buy around this considering max loss once more. So Nekiz and Jota will have whatever is necessary. But the fact of the matter is there are these critical errors that are being made on both ends. And I mean, they very easily can be ironed out. It's just the fact of have the Gaming Gladiators notice that these are issues and try to adapt as quickly as possible because they're running out of rounds, running out of runway to fix this up.
Yes, they are. That push from Kawes, that space given, exploited perfectly. And that is something easy to iron out, like you said, but hard to realize, especially at this point in the map. Nakiz might be first contact here as he's pushing down Banana. Kawes is doing the same spamming away, but Nakiz is the one to emerge from the smoke first. Rockets taken in the meanwhile. Seems like Red Canids, though, are more keen on Banana. I was going to say more keen on Banana, but they doubled back. Drop is still here. BSD holding for his teammate over on Banana. I like this setup. It's a lot of smokes used from the CT side. In fact, we're at the minute mark, and they have no smokes left. All they have is a molly and a flash for BSD. Red Canids still have enough for an execute as well. History holding. Oh my goodness! It's the kid 3! He walks through the smoke, and the BSD fires through as well to find one. It's Venom Zera alone on an island. He finds one on balcony, but the round is done. The bomb is bought mid. 30 seconds left, and he fails with the first fight. It's Bartin to get the kill. And what an explosive end to the round on the back of Nakiz.
I mean, it's one small window of error from history on the side of his screen. He must have been 4-3, but he doesn't spot out Nekiz at all. And there's no response. I think they were setting up for nades on the A-take to try and recontrol brackets once again. That is a 1 in a million play from Nekiz. One that should never work, especially when you consider the fact that history was watching it. And yet still, sometimes that's the way Counter-Strike goes. They call a timeout, but I think they understand that they've gotten away with murder there and a real opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. You can forget about the clawback that the Canids have had on their road to recovery here on this T side. And at the end of the day, it's sequences like that from Nekiz that have kept them in this tournament through this entire lower bracket run, and what's keeping them in this map so far on Inferno as well.
Yes, it is. And this is exactly the kind of style we saw from Gaimin Gladiators yesterday in terms of how they got rounds. They kind of fell into slumps and came back right at the end. Both maps were 13-11s, as I mentioned. Does Lightning strike for a third time? Flash in, BSD blind, can't get the kill. Cowes gets that, and drop is there for Nekiz's swing. Drop doubles down, and maybe, just maybe, Lightning will not strike 3 times. As it's Bartin and SHZ, the final pair to try and keep Gaimin Gladiators in the driver's seat. And as you can tell, it's already done. They're already headed for the hills.
Hunt, this is the big play. You got to keep an eye out for Che, an opportunity at taking a rifle away, and they've spotted out where the second one is as well. Barton's going to try his hardest to hold on to this AK, but I think the sound cue's been given over. Che understands what's at hand. And unfortunately...
Double back is good.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way for Che to really read this. Barton should be able to hold on. But
he races towards B. He can get the defuse, you know?
Yeah.
No clips there.
Yeah, if he no clips, if he's got his knife out, all that. But talk about just the dominoes crumbling on the car side there for the Gaimin Gladiators. When you think about BSD taking that first contact, the op squarely facing that flashbang, and as soon as he goes down, everyone's trying so hard to trade it back, but they quickly realize how front of an offense that the Canids had on Banana, and it crumbles. Luckily, even with that one saved gun, there's still plenty of money to go around, but for the Canids, they would be just grinning ear to ear to get a freebie like that and get to map point first.
Yeah, huge weight off their shoulders. And again, aggression Banana, the opposite here. This time it's not blinded, but it still misses. Nekiz, though, the support for his team finds the kill nonetheless. Advantage for Gaimin Gladiators, the first of 5 needed to get to overtime. Spam is in for the second. Che out of the round. Player in pit spotted, but Drop can't get the kill. Instead it's SHZ to swing and get a kill. Venom 0-1, but Bartin and SHZ combined for the final 2. And that means that we are off to overtime as we get that 12-12 scoreline with the CT side rebounding in a big way.
What a scrappy affair between the Canids and the Gaimin Gladiators. We sit even at 12s and we head into extra innings, and it's pace again being called out from drop. Spam from Nekiz is good, and we sit ourselves at a very frenetic 5-on-4.
Very early on as well. We have an op for history on the T side, but we didn't see this from him. We'll see if that has an effect on the outcome. EST, of course, has his on the other side. And Nekiz has had a heck of a map for himself. 26 kills. Venom's Air is doing well for his team as well at 22, but still, no one can stand next to Nekiz, not at this moment. Slower down now for Red Canids. All four towards bottom banana, waiting for the smoke to expire. Nekiz is here. It's aggressive. It's alone. Flash will come in. He'll go for the peek, and they're all blind. He'll get one. Che gets the trade. I think Che was on an anti-flash, but he simply wasn't quick enough. And the nade barrage in response also does even more damage to the already wounded Red Canids. Smoke CT. Still 2 on the site. Jota gets 1 in trades. SHG shouldn't be expected here. He might have them both dead to rights. There they are, lined up and felled. 13-12, Gaimin Gladiators reassert a lead on their map pick.
I mean, Nekiz is just getting stronger and stronger as the game continues on, calling for flashes from his teammates, finding ways to hold on to the man advantage, and then the bait and switch setup was just so magnificent there on that B site, finding ways to weave around the utility and make that call in such a split-second scenario where there will be one player facing, and as soon as he goes 1 for 1, you just know that the round is secured unless something absolutely calamitous happens. Either way, the pace from the Canids doesn't necessarily work out, and now you're left to the question of what do you do to try and solve this problem? Because now that they've adapted to said pace, you've got to find a new answer, and right now they're just getting pelted with CT nades.
Yeah, the utility damage has been what really gave Gaimin Gladiators that second life. Just so much that we saw that second barrage is what I call it. They get the kill, Red Canids, they race forward, they get caught by a nade at top of it. It's happened multiple rounds now. And it's just too much. They get the trade, and they get answered by a piece of frag. Right in their face. It's just too much. But this is a different round. 5 versus 5. 3 are here on A. And Che's going for contact. Spots the player jumping up, but can't hit the shot. SHG avoids the damage, and Che will not commit to the fight either.
Well, Che has definitely taken lane control, but the most important part of the map has been secured by the Red Canids. They've gotten into Arch completely safely. They still have banana control. 25 seconds left on the clock. They've got a real shot at a B split here, but they've got to go. They've got to find a way to find one of these players in the back of the bomb site, and they've got to do it with such pace. Sure, you've gotten the split in, but how can you find these players in 10 seconds? That shot will certainly do. Nekiz hits the dirt, and BSD is only restricted to 1. It's a rabbit out of the hat for the Red Canids, and they find a way to equalize.
Was worrying there down to the wire, but they get across the line. They don't stall. And now it's a 3 versus 4 for Gaimin Gladiators. Full rifles, no utility, but there are kits in play. It is doable, albeit improbable, now almost impossible. Che finds SHZ bottom mid. The final pair are both in church. History's relayed the info. He'll hold for a swing. Doesn't get the kill, but time feels too far gone at this point. Now is a banana. He has support from his teammate. They double swing, finding 1. The final one on site gets a kill. And everybody's sticking around. Everybody's going to die no matter what happens. Che gets the kill, falls with the bomb. Kills don't matter, though. Or the deaths don't matter, I should say. He's still around for Red Canids, and everybody still has enough money to buy. So no matter what, the economy is a non-factor.
Real good attempt there from the Gaimin Gladiators. A lot closer than I really anticipated, but at the end of the day, it's the master stroke from drop being able to get into Arch and sell the fact to these CTs on A that it's eventually going to be an A split. But the silence in which they take Arch is what completely catches them off guard. And the turtling of the setup from the Gaming Gladiators was also unexpected. Either way, Nekiz is still up to his antics on Banana, has still found an opening entry, and has completely slowed the pace of this round down for the T side. Jay still unrelenting though, all the way through apartments, looking in through the balcony, trying to find this pit player, and can't find the instant connection. That should be an over and done with type of a round, and Venom Zera, although he finds one, BSD will try to find another. Oh my goodness. That is so unfortunate for history, but what a snapback on the AK from BSD. And now they get the little bit of an edge moving into overtime half number 2.
A bit of an edge, and important to note, they are a T-sided team. They had a 7-5 advantage at the end of that first half. Both teams had that slight advantage, of course. They mirrored score lines. That's how we got to overtime. But we'll have to see if their play still has what it takes. If they can keep Nekiz getting those early picks like he has been on the CT side, I have a feeling this might be over here and now. He's been sensational as the first man finding the frag. Ops for both teams, yet again, as expected. BSD, those had the better op thus far in this first map. Although we haven't really seen any Oppers duel proper. Keys. Peeks right before the flash pops. And again, he finds that opening. He knows there's a second on site. He's racing forward. I think he might have spotted him. Nope, he doesn't. So it will be dropped to get one, but BSD's there with the trade immediately.
Oh my goodness, pace is ridiculous, man. I mean, every which way you look, there's a fight being taken by the T, and somehow, some way, they still have themselves a man advantage on this B site. I mean, Venom Zera and History are definitely going to have a look in, especially after these smokes fade, but there's a recycle available on the CT spawn, and that should ice them out, funneling them in through Church. Barton will be able to take that first contact, but the molly misses, and it doesn't flush out Barton. They have to waste an extra couple of seconds, and especially after he swings, the time has already elapsed, and History can only find a couple. The trades are immaculate from Joda, and it's map point found by the Gaming Gladiators.
2 opportunities to close it out at this point in overtime number 1. BSD, does he go for his op again? There's an AK on the ground. He will go for it. And the CT side, of course, full M4s and their op again in play for History. Do or die for Red Canids on this first map. Keep in mind it is a best of 3, and this is only the first. And the Keys now is looking for the opening towards middle brackets rather than B.
Oh, and
Yes.
BSD might have just won the map on his own. Quick double into this B bomb site. They're not going to jump the gun just yet, considering that there could be that early third player, and yeah, they've spotted it out. Great work from Joda on the jump spot. But History is not done with this map just yet. Claws back one more. That's the danger man, and Neki is down for the count. Has to call from the grave. And we completely slow down. I mean, now that they've even, or at least pulled a player back in terms of the man advantage, Gaming Gladiators don't want to squander this opportunity.
No, they do not. Smoke Arch and Speedway. Only one player on the side to deal with. History's nade on the smoke doesn't yield any info. He thinks it's a fake.
He didn't see anything. He blew open the smoke on Arch side, spotted 0 players, but Venom Zera is going to start hearing these nade cues, and eventually he's going to pull the trigger on the rotation back the other way, you'd think, but no, not a budge from History, and it's got to be Venom Zera to come up with some absolutely mammoth plays here at the tail end, and he can't find anything. 12 seconds, sure, but the bomb will hit dirt, and that should be the chances of the Red Canids gone in a puff of smoke. It's a real valiant attempt at the comeback, but the Gaming Gladiators have shaped up very, very well here in overtime. Just feels like they've done enough. Credit to BSD to lock back in, still ends the game positive, And yes, Cowas is able to find one more, but it's all up to him now. He's had a brutal map of Counter-Strike, and those brutal aspects continue to the tail end. 16-13 go Gaimin Gladiators, and now they have a leg up on the series.
Now they have a leg up. Gaimin Gladiators, you mentioned it, they aged like a fine wine throughout this map. Had some growing pains here and there, but really balanced things out when it came to overtime. Again, love to see it. Yesterday they kind of struggled when the maps went along. This time it's not the case, and they look well poised to pull something off as we head further on into the series. Nuke is going to be that second map. When we get there, of course, we're going to have a brief break, and when we return, we will have that second and potentially final map in ESL Challenger League Season 50 South American Cup number 3. See you then.
To my speaker calm. I'll keep going to my speaker calm low. 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 To my speaker calm. I'll keep going to my speaker calm low. I'll keep going to my speaker calm low. I'll keep going to my speaker calm low. I'll keep going to my speaker calm low.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these restless nights, all these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of on my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account or Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brothers since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could light the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble.
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back from a very long-winded first map, which Gaimin Gladiators won in overtime 16-13. We're off to a far more difficult map for them, at least when the stats are concerned. It's Pineapple Phillips and Paladin on the mic. And Paladin, we talked about it a lot during the pregame show. This is a map that Red Canids should win hand over fist.
Yeah, I think the calling will definitely be something that we'll take a look at, and I think that on a map like Nuke, you need to really have your ducks in a row. And so far, Drop has had a pretty good handle hold. I mean, even as far as Inferno is concerned, there were some lapses of judgment here and there, but for the most part, I think they should be comfortable on a map like Nuke. I think you can let History definitely win out on the op duels a little bit more, play outside a little bit more aggressive. But I'm not going to count Gaimin Gladiators out just yet. I do think that the decisiveness in where Nekiz is wanting to call on this map feels a lot more put together for my liking, which I completely was unprepared for. And I think that with this team improving map on map, it always begs the question is, do they have enough sauce to maybe put together enough CT rounds and try to close this one out in two? It's going to be a tough ask, but hey, they've definitely got the maps played to at least say that they've generated a little bit of chemistry on this map at the very least.
Yeah, they have played the map a good bit. 14 times played compared to the 18. Of course, Red Canids have that huge 15-3 overall record to give them that advantage. But I do agree with you. I think we are seeing a different Gaimin Gladiators than I saw yesterday. Gaimin Gladiators did win this map versus Dusty Roots, but it was not an easy win. It was not a pretty win. It was an ugly win with a lot of mistakes on both sides, but I think Gaimin Gladiators came with a different mindset and a different overall approach to the game today because everybody's hitting their shots. Nekiz and Jota specifically were two players that I was really worried about given their individual performances yesterday. Today, though, they have been stars, as they should have been.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the fact that these two guys have stepped up as well from an individual perspective is huge. And then you add in the factor of the fact that BSD did a lot of work to close out that game. I feel like even against the series against Audic, he was very quiet throughout Overpass and took it upon himself to find openings on the T side within AWP. So he's someone that when the pressure is on, he actually rises to the occasion instead of falling away from it. So I'll be very curious to see how he handles Nuke, especially when you shoulder a lot of responsibility on a map like this, trying to be as mobile as possible and be as involved in gameplay as much as possible. So I think that a lot relies on him as far as Nuke is concerned if they want to get this over the line, because your rifle core is definitely there. Nekiz and Jota have stepped up to the plate. Barton has had his moments in the sun. SAG, same goes for him. But I think that biggest question mark really becomes, what does BSD have to offer for this team now that we head into a map like Nuke?
Yeah, I think the question is for both teams, how will your op fare? This is a map where your op can typically take over, play a variety of positions over on that CT side. You can play ramp, you can support from J-Hall and Heaven, you can play outside in the yard proper, you can play Unbreakable, you can play CT spawn. There's a lot of long angles that really lend themselves to the op, and you mentioned it. The op of Gaimin Gladiators did have a good amount of impact in Inferno, but it was still a little bit quieter than most oppers can be. The question to me is, will he be louder here on Nuke? And more importantly, will History step up to the plate here on Nuke? Because he had a very quiet overall first map.
Yeah, I think History is like such an important portion to this Red Canids roster, where you think about the rifle core, and yes, it can be very explosive when you look at it on paper with Venom, Zera, Che, and Kawez, but for the most part, I do think that what really elevates this roster is the level that you get out of History. And it's a very inconsistent one, mind you, but when he's on, he can be pretty fantastic to watch. And I think opping in Brazil has been a hot point for quite some time, trying to figure out who that guy is. And for a lot of teams right now, they've realized we don't have the guy. You think about Furia going to Molodoy. You think about what MIBR are doing with Klim as well. And as far as Red Canids are concerned, they're still thinking that the talent is here in Brazil. They still think that history can provide the juice that he could put out, and I think he's capable of it. It's really just a question of, is he showing it on the day? And a lot of times when they're up against a stiffer competition, he tends to fall away, and we kind of saw that in Inferno. But I can definitely give him a pass considering the map on what it was played on, and the fact that he can have a little bit more impact here on Nuke.
Yeah, I agree. It's a question of consistency for history. Will this be a map where he's hitting his stride? Will this be an off day? We still haven't gotten to see that in true honesty because of that first map being Inferno, because it's a map that does not lend itself to the op. But from Nuke on, there will be no excuses. This is an Opera's playground, much like Overpass, a little bit like Train. Train isn't as much of an Opera's playground as it used to be in older iterations. So we'll see here and now. Will he perform? And by extension, have high aspirations on Overpass if we get there, or will he be silent, and will that be the final nail in the coffin for Red Canids in this series?
Well, it looks like we're trying to get all the players in the server, so we'll take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we will have that map to affair locked in and ready to go. Oh, actually, it seems like we have it right now. So we'll jump right into the game. No break necessary. And yeah, Red Canids now have an opportunity to try and bounce back to see if they have an opportunity in pushing the distance. But for the Gaimin Gladiators, a chance to strike while the iron is hot, see if they can complete this sweep, lift the cup, and secure a spot in ECL Season 50 South American Finals.
Yeah, again, keep in mind, we didn't mention which teams have made it, but Made in Brazil and Bestia have won the first two cups. So either of these teams would benefit greatly from winning here. And Pistol Round, as you mentioned, is live and upon his history. Using one smoke in the middle to cross outside, he's spotted. He is a super soldier, P250 in hand with Kevlar on his body. Trying to find that opening, but the bulk of the play is towards ramp for his team. Naki's rotating J-Hall. And Red Canids stop, they pause, they look for this push from Naki's to hold the angle, and they take him down quite low. They don't take him down outright, but he's now at 11. SHG's at 10, BSD's in the ground. And Red Canids, this pivot up towards A, should yield the round at this stage. 3 versus 5 for Gaimin Gladiators. This flamethrower from Jota, very timely. It's looked for, though, and he's double dinked out of the round. Just Barthin, he's in lobby. I think he was heard, though. Even with dualies and armor, it seems impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the Canids have had their way with the map so far, being able to cross out outside very easily with History's P250. They were able to find ramp control for free. They wrap into the lockers, and it looked like Gaimin Gladiators had no idea that that part of the map had even been given over in the first place. Completely caught with their pants down when trying to ascend up into the heavens, and the Canids get off to a hot start and a very worrying pistol round in the fashion in which the Gaimin Gladiators lost that one. It's just in the fact that they looked so confused with a lot of the map that they had lost. I hope that's not a sign of things to come here.
Yeah, they absolutely crumbled. I have to agree with you. Unsure of what was theirs and what wasn't. There were some glimmers of hope. That flank from Jota, very timely up heaven. Of course, it didn't bear any fruit, but still something to hold on to. Good dink from a USP. This is a save round for the CT side. Full USPs. But Gowes, one of the two SMGs, is already humbled down to 25 HP. Interesting setup from Gaimin Gladiators. 2 up top Mustang. Boosted up. It's interesting. I want to see exactly what kind of angles he can hold here. Let's say, is it old or a new vent? Yes, it is. It's a fun one. There's actually 2 boosts. Wait a minute. There's one on the other side of Mustang. I don't even know what that position's called. The issue is the player boosting is burned alive, and Jota actually team kills him. History finds BSD. Venom Zera jumps out and gets a headshot. Drop finds a 4th, and Cow is the 5th. It's a crumbling on this defense. It looked interesting. I was hoping that it would be chaotic, and in fact, it yields nothing. No resistance whatsoever. Very unfortunate for Gaimin Gladiators.
I think for the people at home watching, you'll realize that doing that is probably not a good idea. Brutal sequence, to say the least. But all's good. That was the full eco after all. No AWP out for BSD early, so look for Red Canids to abuse this outside portion and try to add a little bit of pace to this. Smokes come in very quickly, but nobody's actually behind it beyond this Galil from Che. Instead, it's a maneuver back over to ramp where Cowes is looking to explode past this smoke.
But the SMG will be deadly, at least to Jota, who has no helmet. And there's contact. Venom's there on the Galil, gets the info. SHZ, they're not falling all the way back. He's actually sticking around. The flash, though, finally forces him away. ESC, that nade is going to do a lot of damage, down to 65. And Cowes might be able to just finish him off at this point. Flash in, very well thrown. BSD doesn't even dodge it. I thought he might have just done so. Instead, it's the Mac 10 to seize the day. And now things get awkward yet again for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, absolutely. Losing your player down on ramp opens the door for a lot of shenanigans down in this lower site. And SHG is just caught between so many ideas at this point. He's looking towards the ramp side that's been lost. He's looking towards secret stairs as well. And it's only one man, really, that has to deal with all of these problems. Not a single soul other than SHZ is downstairs. This should be an open and shut case for the Canids. Unless SHZ can put on an absolute clinic here. 10 seconds left on the clock, mind you, so if they do stop the plant, it's a different situation, but he's not going to open the door. And now, he's going to hold on to his gun as well, but...
What's going on?
How do you... I mean, how do you get out of this situation?
So are they committing? There's players around. They're coming through secret. There's a player back ramp. Are they pivoting to an exit play? Like trying to keep them... Because the bomb radius is so big. You know, you can pivot to just holding them in the site and doing damage that way. But it's a very weird Gaimin Gladiators call.
Yeah, I think in that situation, they're seeing if SHZ finds something, then maybe you pounce instantaneously and you go after it. But he didn't find anything, really, so instead they tuck tail, they move back up upstairs into the garage, and they manage to hold on to 2 guns. Still, a lot of worrying signs here from the CT side of the Gaimin Gladiators. The Canids... strong foothold in how they want to approach outside. They're slicing through the ramp defense very easily. And you haven't really seen them test the upper bomb site beyond that full eco just yet, which a good solid execute could also be a recipe for disaster on that CT side.
Yes, it could. And I would have almost liked to see a timeout from Gaimin Gladiators, just given these very fundamental issues that are already coming to light. If not here, then the next rifle round for sure. This crossfire again reestablished. The secret player, though, Naki's holding that. Nice little angle. Finds the opening onto Venom's era. Something going the way of the CT side at long last. Another very slow Red Canids default. Drop is going to walk around outside yard, going towards Africa and eventually around Mini. Che drops down on top of Mini as well. Do they clear out this player deep garage? That's the biggest question. Jota's here.
Might not have to. Oh, that smoke is really good, and Jota's just sat here this entire time. I don't like the fact that he did this, but he gets real lucky because the bomb has been dropped right at his feet. And yes, you've got all this outside control, you've got heaven space as well, but at this point, you gotta still recover the bomb, and you only have 40 seconds to do it.
It's a very slow Red Canids T side, and it might come to bite them. Che drops down, groups up with Cowes, but they still have to unseat Jota. Spray at range is ugly, but it works, and History finds SHZ. Just leaving Bartin. He's at vents, and History is already waiting for that swing. on the M4. He does tremendous work. 6 kills already. And now we see attack pause, but I don't know about your opinion. Boggs and I always harp on this. We hate seeing attack pauses going into save and half-buy rounds. And this is definitely going to be one of those rounds. What is your opinion about this kind of timeout going into what should be a save? It actually might not be a save round.
I mean, no, I think they will have here. I'm definitely in agreement with you in that sense. But the problems run deeper than just that. It's just how they're losing these rounds. It is fundamentally just really poor. Even in that 3v3 there, you've got bomb control at front garage, 40 seconds left. There's no utility being used at this point that you have to wait for the T's to do something. Then instead, they give them fights. They take disadvantageous fights. They're taking these dry, and they essentially gift wrap the 4th round and feed it on over to the Red Canids. They've got to find a way to swing the tide somehow, some way, and that's definitely a start. But this attempt at a lobby crunch has failed when the ramp player hasn't moved forward either.
I would say it's a protracted crunch. Very slow. There's more resistance than Hut. Maybe he would have pushed forward, using the chaos to mask his steps, but that's not the case. And the Red Canids have negotiated the crossing outside yard flawlessly. No one's spotting them. One player's lurking top lobby. Everybody else is going towards this B take. Are Gaimin Gladiators ready for it is the question. Some fake utility in the yard. Trying to pull a rotation back. Jota's already falling back towards control. We've seen eco rounds work. The question is, will this be one of them?
Tough to say. They fall back though. Go back up the secret stairs, thinking about this split into the A bomb site, but this crossfire is real deadly. Nekias and Barton, but Barton turns away just for a moment, finally reorients his crosshair, and Nekias has found the necessary dink and conversion. They're never going to be expecting Barton. This is the conversion that they were looking for, and Barton will find himself a second. 3 in the round in total. Beautiful little sequence there between Barton and Nekias, and that might be that tide turner.
Yep, something to shift the tides. From high to low. Sure, Red Canids can go for another investment, but that definitely stings. It was a half-buy. 1 hero M4 was in play. And it still did so much to the Red Canids. A very slow default. Hoping that maybe they change the pace up a little bit here and there to try and catch Gaimin Gladiators unaware. Who, by the way, might I add, have an op in play. BSD has that out. We're wondering what kind of impact he would have. And now he has an opportunity to find success. They're really trying to set him up here. They've needed that smoke twice in hopes that it would betray a player's position for the op to take. But twice they swing and twice they miss. BSD now able to hold the angle without assistance. The question is, will he find Kawas here tucked back of Squeaky?
Oh, he spots the barrel and he gets quite a number of dinks off, but it's all through the vents, and it's not enough to confirm a kill. Jota's there on the response. And now, as the round slows down, Jota's getting frisky. He's pushing through the smoke and has so many bodies on the other end. Hasn't been able to convert any of it, though, and he's gotten into spawn side. He's got 2 players lined up, and he finds the dink, and he finds 2. Massive work there from Jota. 40 seconds left on the clock. Sure, you got some outside control, but with how deep Jota is into spawn, this should be round over.
They're going to save. What's going to happen is Che will drop a rifle over to Venom Zera. Kawas in history will be able to invest. And that will be it. That's assuming they can both save, of course, and with Jota's position, that might not be possible. That was awkward. Seems like the CTs will let them save, though. That's the right call. Build up your CT bank. Let them try to figure out their economy in the following. Gaimin Gladiators, again, instantly swap. They look so worrisome early in this map, and now they're looking far different. The individuals are waking up. There's some hero plays, and while those are good for now, the question is, will they have that longevity required to really come back into this first half?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need all 8 of these rounds because I'm not convinced just yet that they can get it done on the offensive end of the ball. But so far, so good. You're getting those big plays out of Joda. You're finding some sequences, but here's the pace change, ratcheting it up all the way up to this A bomb site. And Venom Zarakawa's, the flashes are good, but the kill's even better. And you still got this late lurk from drop. BSD is gonna completely get sideswiped. And it's all up to Joda and SHG in a blink of an eye. This one's hard to turn. I think Joda's been spotted as well. SHG trying to head for the hills to hold on to this A4. But that's the back-breaking round to completely shift how we're talking about this nuke so far.
Yeah, this was the round that really could have changed things. If Gaimin Gladiators were able to take it, it would have broken the T-side economy. It would have really given them the way back to tie it at the very least, and that momentum to further it. But now with this loss, we're back to Red Canids in the driver's seat. The one saving grace for Gaimin Gladiators is they kept these last couple rounds prior to this one clean, relatively speaking. Majority of the team survived, and that means they're going to have plenty of money to reinvest here in round number 8. Op will still be in play for BSD, but once again, he's had no impact thus far. We need the Opera to get activated for the CT side if they want legs to stand on going forward into the second part of this first half.
Yeah, easily. They'll get all the reinvestment they could ask for, but they've got to get a little bit quicker with that utility as well down on that A site. Mollies weren't down fast enough in the hut. Gave a little bit of a window as well, a little bit more HP to work with, but Nek is still getting active here outside and finding that opening. He's been really good on those as far as the series is concerned. But here comes the contact in through the ramp side. I thought SHZ would go down there, but he still manages to find 1.5. BSD gets caught in the molly though. Jumps the gun. And that's just how mollies work on the T side. They spread just a little bit further. And somehow we've pulled this one back into a 3-on-3, and Drop is still active outside. Still has an opportunity at finding some damage. And I think the Gaimin Gladiators are completely unaware at what's open because they've gotten the Red Canids up into heaven and Barton the only remaining defender.
So they have an idea. Bartin's taken in towards lobby control. That's the big thing. Defend A from the T side of things. So he got that information, but they didn't have it confirmed. That's the big thing. Bartin, back out of vents now. Trying to find something. Where is Nakiz? He's going up heaven. History's here. I believe History can spot him. No, History's playing a 4x3 angle. Nakiz could have gotten that kill for free.
That's the second time, man. Change your POV, man. Yeah, he can't play 4-3 after going back and watching these demos. This is twice now. The first one leading to 3 kills from Nekiz. And this one, a potential punishment available as well. All jokes, but 6 rounds secured now for the Canids, and they are just storming through this offense.
Yes, they are. Sure, saving guns will net you investment rounds going forward. That op being dropped is good for the economy, gives you a little bit of extra rope for utility. But saving doesn't matter anymore. Plain and simple. Red Canids have 6 on the T side. That's more than enough for Red Canids at this point. We do have a tech pause, but still, you have to win rounds. There's nothing else you can do. Anything else is coming up far too short. Pressure's on for Gaimin Gladiators if they want to win this in 2, and at this point, it feels impossible even if they can sweep the last 4 rounds of this first half. Not sure how long this pause will last. Let the silence set in.
I will say, it's the tempo in which Red Canids are playing right now that impressed me the most. They can stop and start very effectively. You're getting a lot of outside space. You're finding so many ramp entries, or at least trades to open up that side of the map. And you're spreading this defense so thin and spinning them around through all these sequences that I can't see a world where they can rally back. It's difficult to see something miraculous like that happening unless you get those like back-to-back individual big plays like you had from Joda. And again, they're going to speed the pace up and get a player down vent in Venom Zera.
Yeah, I agree. The team play is a different level for Red Canids. The individuals gave Gaimin Gladiators some hope in the early goings, but at this point, it's fallen by the wayside. Venom Zera, that inside man, as you mentioned, finds a free one on the BSD. That races the players down secret now. Kawas will lurk to try and find some damage. He'll get one before being traded. But the B site has been taken, and it feels like the round has been as well. Will Gaimin Gladiators even attempt the retake is the question. Doesn't seem like it. They're already headed for the hills, and 7 at this point guaranteed for the Red Canids.
Well done. What can you really take away here for the Gaimin Gladiators? Not really much, because now you've got another defensive collapse with Venom Zera getting downstairs. No awareness from the CT side that there was a possibility BSD getting caught completely off guard. And I understand that in some extent that's a possibility, but he still had to open the door. He still had to break a glass. He still had to make a sound cue. And the fact that he was able to get all the way up through ramp like that is inexcusable.
Big oversight. Remember back in the nuke meta when dropping a player down the vents was the thing you did almost every round. Now it's far more rare, but still, you can't discount it. 7-2. Still rifles in hand for the CT side, I guess. But does that even matter at this point? Because they simply can't put it together as a team. They can't put up a solid defense that covers the bases. And Red Canids can just continue to run their default as they have been, unbothered. The onus is on Gaimin Gladiators, and they know it. The issue is they're just coming up short. They have no idea. If they had even an inkling as to what they could do, they would probably call attack pause.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, yes, the trades are good, but outside still retained for the T side. It comes down to a couple of big kills. It's the history play, and it's this one from Kawas. And both don't go their way. So, Gaimin Gladiators stabilize. It's again the big performances from both Joda and Nekiz outside that is holding Red Canids at bay. And I think at this point, calling up-tempo plays into the inner bomb site, trying to get into ramp as quickly as possible, avoiding that duo in Nekiz and Joda might be their best bet, because so far the rest of the defense has been pretty flimsy, to say the least.
Yeah, the defense has been propped up by individual performances. Very different from Inferno, where both teams were kind of going toe-to-toe strategically. And the individuals would chime in to give a slight edge. This time around, it's only the individuals giving Gaimin Gladiators that hope. And that's simply not something you can have. And once again, I hate singling out players, but we talked about the op. We talked about how it should have impact. And right now it feels like BSD has had none. 0 and 7. He's had the op almost every round as well. It's very worrying.
Counter-terrorists win.
Absolutely. And on a favored side, in a situation where you're being set up as well, numerous amounts of times, it's real worrying. But we'll see what can be done. Because time is slowly running out here on the CT side. Yes, they're clamoring some rounds together, but keep in mind the difficulties that are ahead with that offensive end for Nekiz and Co. Slower pace here outside. Nades are decent to find some chip damage, but Drop and Che will stay unrelenting. They'll clear out the earlier parts, close red, and what have you, but the goal now is to get to Mini and see if they can explode, but these smokes are elapsing and things are going to start to get a little bit more difficult here for the T's. They've got to start to use this space, and they absolutely will. Look at Che go. Quick double from him. Yes, the trade from Barton is there, but the Molotovs from T Roof were even better. Great little combination between Kawez and Che, and BSD will continue his killless map of Nuke 0-8 as Red Canids find their 8th here in half number 1.
Their 8th and likely a 9th. Sure, there's money to invest, but again, unless the individuals pop off, there shouldn't be a chance for Gaimin Gladiators. History has pulled out his op on the T side as well. I don't think we've seen that too often. We might at long last get an Opera's duel. And everybody from Red Canids is simply doing their job. Answering the individual call when required, but there's the well-oiled machine. Proving to be near indomitable for this CT defense. Che out in the yard is the lurk. There's a player in secret. He's on the far left side this time around. Will he clear him? The second smoke is not there for the cross, so the T's have to be weary. Che actually doesn't even get across. He's caught before the smoke blooms. Venom's there, the next one in. Is felled by the very same Jota, but Bartin and Jota both fall in the meanwhile. Naki's flanking in lobby gets one to retain an advantage for the CT side. They might have just found their way to a 4th. But they still have to get across the line. Very good smoke onto the Opper. Oh, we get the Opper's duel? Not yet. History is waiting for the peak. Or he was waiting for the peak. Op walks in, it's BSD to crack it open at long last. His first kill in the map, and it's onto the Opper. 1v3 for Drop. He's outside of lockers. Stuck between 3. One's all the way back at red. He should not be alive for long. Shot in the back, surely. Is he even spotted? No, they don't force the issue. The Op instead is holding. The Op misses, but so does the AK. Swing comes in, Op misses again, but it will connect the 3rd time around. A belabored fight for BSD, but a fight won nonetheless. Gaimin Gladiators stem the bleeding to an extent, but still find themselves down by a lengthy margin, 4-8. Will they be able to mount a comeback on the T side of Nuke? We'll find out when we return from the halftime break.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these restless nights, all these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll, Lex account a blue face. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brothers since 6th grade. G-Wagon, red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my my body acting like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When it feeling bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this.
It's not been a pretty sequence of events for the Gaimin Gladiators, but they still managed to get away with 4 rounds on their defensive half, trying to complete the sweep here in our South American Grand Final for Cup number 3, ECL Season 50. But now, Red Canids have a chance to strike back here on this defense. Up 8-4. Dual Berettas for a drop, but it's this pace out from SHZ and Barton that are just blowing past all these defensive players. History trying to get a reload off after the kill, but it's not gonna happen. SHZ with 3 kills, and it's drop with those Dual Berettas aforementioned that will not have any chance into this round. What a sequence from the Gaimin Gladiators, and an opportunity to potentially claw this one back here, Pineapple Phillips.
I was going to say, absolutely a chance to believe now. A first round that was much needed and is very welcome, and what will hopefully be a comeback for the Gaimin Gladiators. We talked about it ad nauseum. It was a disappointing first half. We had some individual performances to really get the ball rolling for Gaimin Gladiators, but now maybe they can turn a new leaf when it comes to the T side. They're looking aggressive. They played it together. Maybe a bit of a death ball on the Glocks, but it makes sense at least in that case. So they get the 5th, still trailing by a margin of 3. But potentially a chance if they can turn this pistol round victory into a second and ride the wave of momentum forward, it would be huge. Gaimin Gladiators will face competition in this round though. 3 5.7s, 2 MP9s, which equates to a full investment from the CT side of Red Canids. Question is, will the 5.7s hit like they did on Inferno, or will they die with only a whimper?
Yeah, there's a lot of risk in running this kind of a buy, but they're gonna hope that this setup here on ramp holds strong. Drop will actually be the one to take the first contact and needs to get that first kill. Gets the reload off as well, but his teammate, his partner in crime in Venom Zera, doesn't find anything on that 5.7. We've known that he's able to produce clips with that gun, but finding nothing is probably worst case scenario. Yes, you've got 3 players coming down the secret stairs at this point, but it might be too little too late. Once that bomb hits the ground, it's a nigh impossible task, especially considering no guns picked up, no kit either. This should be Gaimin Gladiators racking up their 6th.
It should be. 3 player saving will at least give them some teeth in the next round when they full save. But 4 surviving for Gaimin Gladiators is a good sign. A sign of, hopefully, once again, the comeback beginning. 5.7 backing out. Teammate in tow. Bomb will go off without a hitch. And 7 players will survive to see round number, is it 15 or is it 16? It's 15.
Well done. The force buy does not work out, but they do have a chance to essentially double dip in this kind of situation. MP9s retain a couple of 5.7s as well. Definitely still some potency in this one. But the Red Canids definitely feel like their chances are slipping, slowly but surely. And I speak about the Onyx series quite often, but I definitely feel like it was an identity-making game for this organization. And a big conversation point about that was their fight back on the offense. I like that molly being deployed by Jota, making them think that he's further along, but Red Canids are very wise to the tricks here and smoke off early anyways.
Just in case. Would expect them not to be lax, expect them to cover all of their bases. Again, this is their best map for a reason. The T's are waffling about a bit, still plenty of time, a minute thereabouts. They are doubling back from ramp control and now looking towards lobby. History is here on site.
I mean, the rotations have worked out beautifully. They've held 3 players downstairs for so long, just off the basis of not having ramp control anymore. Che does get up the vent safely, though, which means there will be 3 players to greet the Red Canids, or sorry, the Gaimin Gladiators T-sided hit here. But with a little bit of utility and not a lot of time, they will hit this upper site here.
15 point. History's close. That MP9 can be deadly. Spots the shoulder though, and the headshot is clinical. Che up close vents is only good for 1. Jota gets that. Jota and BSD get the next 2, and Kawa is good for 1 on the 5-7, but only 1. 3 survive for Gaimin Gladiators as they bring it within 1 round. But now this is where the going gets tough. Round 16. Where Red Canids have the rifle by at long last. It's not perfect. They're lacking a bit of utility, but they have the kit, and they have enough utility to get the job done.
Yeah, I think this is where you get to see what Nekis is made of. Does he have it in him to find a couple of big gun round wins and really put the pressure on drop to come up with the goods? Flash outside. There's a complete disrespect to the outer yard by these T-sided players. They're hungry to take some early duels. They know an AWP's probably unlikely in this situation, so they'll go swinging dry. Unfortunately for them, though, right before the smokes plume, Kawas and Che rip a couple right out of that yard. Barton gets frisky into the inner sight, and this one collapses very quickly off the back of a couple of early ideas from the Gaimin Gladiators. But Red Canids passed that first test.
Yes, they do. 5v2. Main focus at this point is keeping it clean and preventing a bomb plant. And they're not getting over aggressive. The CT side is looking to win this round clean and keep the pressure on. SHZ showing presence out yard. Hoping to be gifted something. But it looks like the next fight will come from BSD and Kawas on the catwalk. Spots 1, a very ugly fight for the M4, but still 1 nonetheless. Now just SHZ on his lonesome, 30 seconds. Will he be allowed to save? Doesn't seem like it. Che is already hunting, looking for the kill, and he'll find it. The AK spray, too difficult for SHZ to handle, and Red Canids are back in the driver's seat once the rifles come through. Gaimin Gladiators, 1 last chance, 1 last decent-ish buy before Red Canids take 10 and maybe 11.
Absolutely. And I will say, like, going for something contact like that and seeing if you can use that momentum to your favor is not a ridiculous strategy. However, you don't have many chances to go looking for those kinds of duels like that as far as the rest of this map is concerned. They nade open the smoke here at Canids. Don't find anything, but Nekis is not making any secrets about this. He's charging all the way through and still lives to tell the tale. 6 HP, but look at his SHC. Finds a way in a mini, but it's Jota to find the opening entry. Another player offering up his life in history, but we still stay even at the 4s, and the spam is beautiful there onto Jota as well. History's putting in work on that rifle. Finally silenced by BSD. We still have a 3-3, but my goodness, another kill to go back the other way. It's pandemonium all over Nuke.
Pandemonium all over, trades back and forth, but the trades are favoring Red Canids at the moment. 3v2. And Martinez just slowed it right down. As has BSD, who's falling back. This might even be a save. Where is BSD going?
I think he wants to clear out lobby at this point, and I mean, if Barton is able to find a kill, it completely changes the complexion of the round. But Cowes has arrived here, and that's the biggest issue. Barton and Cowes, that's the fight that decides the round, and Cowes will win it. It's all up to BSD, who's had a very tough nuke here, and the timing eludes him once again. Double digits found for the Canids, and now, as you mentioned, firmly in the driver's seat.
Yep, 10. They should be gifted the 11th, the fruit of their labor, resetting Gaimin Gladiators. And from there, it's just a hop and a skip, and they're on to map number 3. History has his opt now in hand as well, adding to the difficulties that Gaimin Gladiators face in the late stages of map number 2. And as you can tell, only 300 invested. Nikis gets a P250. Should be no chance for the Glocks in this round. Maybe they can deathball a kill, but a bomb plant would be wishful thinking.
Certainly. Unless Che overextends, definitely thinks better of it. Run boost on the cards here. This should be a shooting gallery, you'd like to think. History will find one. Che only restricted to one himself, but Cow is there on the trade. Oh my goodness. Barton has gotten down the vents, but can't get the plant off in time. It's 11 for the Canids. And just within touching distance of overpass.
Yep, it seems inevitable this one goes to 3 now. Op still in hand for History. No op for BSD to challenge. But he might be better suited to a rifle right now. It seems like the op just hasn't been in the cards for him. We're swiftly in. Let him zero up heaven. There's the utility. Where are the T's going this time around? Ooh, I was going to say yard, but History's holding the angle. Finds Nikis around the edge of the smoke. Jota finds the trade onto the opper. Where's Cows? Is he through squeaky door? He is. Martin is waiting. This is going to be a very awkward duel.
Oh my god.
Cows
wins it out. Those kinds of sequences, I hate for rounds to be decided that way, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
The player
body control completely gone. Yeah, but that is the biggest question mark. Jota having free avenue into ramp, clearing out hell as well. But how do they join hands with him is the real question, because, I mean, he can't really find any impact elsewhere without making a sound cue, unless a kill is offered up to him. Oh, but the glass is broken, and a timing just doesn't come up to his favor in that situation. And that feels like the round over, because they can't go B now. They've got to go back up the stairs. They've got to go back up to fight heaven. And nothing works for the Gaimin Gladiators. A couple of opportunities throughout this offensive half, but it's the Canids all the way through.
Through and through. 12-7. Their team seems inevitable. If they couldn't do it with 4 rifles in the round prior, they shouldn't be able to do it with Glocks and Mac 10s now. 1 hero Galil for Jota. They have utility, I guess, but the utility, or the riflery, excuse me, simply seems too favorable for Red Canids. Smoke down at the door. Jota dropping down. It's Che and History to combine for that one. Venom Zera second. Bartin gets 1, but Venom Zera claps right on back. Bartin's Mac 10 is good for 1. SHZ alone with the Tech 9 can't hit the headshot. And the round, along with the map, is mopped up 13-7 in favor of Red Canids, who are now keenly looking to overpass to pull off a reverse sweep.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Gaimin Gladiators, we can kind of tell with the first 4 rounds of affair here on Nuke which way this one was going. We knew it statistically as well, and as we expected and have now received, Nuke firmly in the favor of the favorites. And now we move over to Overpass, where I still will say the Gaimin Gladiators have the players to do it, to cause that upset, but the Red Canids clawing back. This one is absolutely anyone's game. We'll throw it to a little bit of a break, and we'll break this tie in just a little bit.
going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my I'll keep going till my I'll keep go till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. 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 Going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my I'll keep going till my I'll keep go till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. 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 I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a Benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll, Lex account a blue face. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brothers since 6th grade. G-Wagon, red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on the better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. But Pacino.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh. I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good.
Took us a while to get here, but we are at long last at the third and final map of this best of three in the ESL Challenger League Season 50 South American Cup number 3 Grand Finals. That is quite a mouthful. It's Pineapple Phillips and Paladin here to bring you the action and the conclusion of this match to see who will win the bulk of the prize money and who will secure a spot in the Grand Finals of ESL Challenger League Season 50.
Yeah, a real opportunity here for the Gaimin Gladiators despite the transgressions that happened on Nuke. It wasn't necessarily the prettiest affair for them, but I do still think that they've got a little bit left in the tank when you come back over to a map where they've already shown that they can take down some good competition as far as this entire tournament is concerned. For the Red Canids though, on the other end, you think about them considering themselves as favorites, having the confidence coming into this tournament, having the confidence to play in this final as well, and now that you've got some of your stars activated, it does feel like they're also firmly in the driver's seat. So it's a real clash here, and I think a real test on the mental fortitude of both of these squads as to where they are right now.
Yep, a very good test of both of their mental fortitudes and their resilience. This has been a very long series thus far. It started just about 3 hours ago. We still have a full final map to play. Both teams, as you mentioned, have real hopes in this one. Gaimin Gladiators have the better overall record in the last 3 months. Red Canids came into this as the theoretical favorites, at least in their eyes, and honestly in our eyes too. So we'll have to see who has the edge. My biggest question and my biggest X factor in this one is the same as map number 2, as Nuke. What are the Operas going to do and how are they going to perform? History did pretty well in that second map, but the same could not be said for the Opera of Gaimin Gladiators, who was more or less entirely absent on Nuke.
And I think the big difference between both of them was not necessarily how they were using the op, it was the formidable rifling done by History throughout the T side and the CT side. Finding ways to have some more impact on those rifles, it showcases that yes, if you're having a slow game, there's always something that you can turn to kind of still provide enough flow of frags over to your team and still not be a detriment. And I don't think BSD was able to pivot as well as History was able to on Nuke, and that's something that you're really gonna have to consider when we move over to Overpass, a similar map where you've got these long lines, and yes, an op can completely change the complexion of how you approach your defenses, but you can still have a lot of prowess on these sites if you're able to establish crossfires with rifles. I mean, you think about the truck and back dice crossfire, you think about, you know, APC and back truck. I mean, there's so many different angles that I can just consider on the A site, let alone the B site. So I think that for BSD's sake, finding ways to adapt if the opping is just not cutting it will be the name of the game for him. As for History, I think that he's kind of slowly figured out as to what works for him and can very quickly adapt a little bit quicker in that sense compared to BSD.
Yeah, I feel like History's a little bit more confident in being able to switch to the rifle. He's a little bit more fluid. He can swap up his play as needed, and that is really valuable, especially in this matchup where it feels like some players are a little bit too constrained, at least in terms of overall comfort when it comes to their approach to the game. So we'll have to see if that again comes to bear in this one. Overpass is a map that I've historically thought of as a map where the op takes over, but of course, you don't necessarily need it, as you mentioned. Knife round is live. This is the third map. No one chose it. That means that there's a knife round to choose or to decide who gets the choice of side to start. It's a lot of words. And they did a nice
around
little...
the rosy.
Exactly. I didn't notice that the fountain was empty until just now.
Yeah, they like added it and then they removed it and they added it back. They removed it again. I think a big issue was the FPS drops that they were getting. with all the water across the map. So that's why they took it out, and now we have no fun.
It makes sense, but yeah, it's a big loss. Then I never even noticed, never even came to mind was that, because I haven't watched Ancient at all recently, was that they removed Jaguar, the painting of Jaguar, like a while ago, and I just never even noticed. And
that's how map calls just happen, right? I mean, we see one thing, and then even if it's gone, that's just in our minds forever. Like car on Inferno, there's no car there.
Is there still water in water?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah,
maybe a little. Maybe a little.
There might be a tiny bit, but yeah, callouts just exist. See, what other callouts are there? Spools has been replaced by Coffin. So some do adapt, but some will stay. Oranges, I guess, was oranges. Is it still orange?
No, I don't think so.
So I have no clue.
That'll be something that we can test later on. But we're into the final map here. Red Canids winning the knife round, getting that CT-sided start, having an opportunity to chain some rounds together, put themselves in a pretty good position here. But let's not forget that the Gaming Gladiators still have an opportunity to cause a real upset here in Cup number 3.
Really big opportunity to do so. Che, good star boosted up, finds SHZ. First kill of the round, clean as well. As the T's, normally when Gaming Gladiators are on the T side, they explode. They race out. This time around, it's a far slower and more measured approach. They have a player lurking up long bathrooms, now going back towards Divider, perhaps to throw a bit of a fake. There are only 2 defenders on B. So there's a real opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to seize the day. Question is, will Jota pull a rotation over towards this site?
He has to basically be the sacrificial lamb here. He has to take a duel, potentially find a body. But if he can't do either one of those things, I mean, this player in Che is never going to move. He's going to stay in heaven for as long as possible. The smoke comes through, and 2 players spotted, and now they actually leave. It's actually Jota now, the head of the tip of the spear, trying to look for an opening entry, but gets spotted out. So the surprise factor is gone, but at least a bomb plant should be able to be secured.
A bomb plant would most certainly be nice. Kawes gets another kill for his team, 5v3. Oh, a triple! Oh, all 5! They all fall in the blink of an eye! Drop gets 1, but it's sandwiched between 5 kills in the favor of this T side. Nikis, Barthin find 1 apiece, and BSD, a big triple. Gaimin Gladiators pull that one out of the hat and steal the early game momentum here on the decider.
That's gotta be some sort of lineup or something to that effect. I don't know how they're able to string that many kills together, especially with how pinned Jota was in that entire sequence. That's the guy that you're looking to get the entry, to get the 5v4, and if he falls, it feels like round over. It feels like they can constrict that bomb site well enough, but it doesn't happen. Instead, the T's make away like bandits and get to start off this 3rd and final map on the right foot.
Yes, they do. A full rifle buy as well. They're not trifling with SMGs. It's Galils and AKs. Keep this one clean. Keep all 5 rifles up, and you have a very potent, not full buy, bonus round going into round number 3. But just have to be careful, be wary. Don't walk into that stack. Don't let a player fall, because any damage done by these pistols has now become solid damage going forward.
Walk up here on long side, and there's absolutely no sound cues to give this up. It's these visual cues from history, but he's all on his lonesome here with this USP. With the pace, or more so lack thereof, that the Gaming Gladiators are going at here, there are chances for rotation, but they don't come fast enough, and Nekis should be able to spot out history, you'd think. Shoulder was visible for a moment, finally claimed. Drop does find 1, and how the pistols can potentially swarm. And Drop has found another with the P250. Very handy work there. And you've got a long flank brewing from Kawes. It's going to be a couple of dinks required to make this one work, and there's still a lot of things to go their way if you want to talk about a Red Canids round, but the damage, the potential of damage here is definitely great. Unfortunately, though, BSD does find out Kawes, and this should be over and done with. Yeah, there you go. But a little unorthodox in terms of how that round decided to end.
A little bit unorthodox. 3 players survive, so not terrible for the T economy, but it isn't the clean bonus going into round 3 they would have hoped for. Full M4s and good utility as well for this CT side, but 4/5 of the team don't have helmets. That could be a problem if SHZ finds a one-shot headshot on the Galil. It's always a hypothetical, it's always a possibility, but if it happens, it can sure be a tilter for a defender. Lots of utility in towards connector and towards water. Che falls back, but not before throwing that nade. Good damage onto Nakis.
Con control has been secured for the Gaimin Gladiators, whether they know it or not. And a complete turtle setup here from the Canids. No long control, and that forward attempt didn't really net themselves anything, so they fall away. They reset back to a 3-player setup on the B-bomb site as the Gaimin Gladiators also encroach upon this position. You got a bait and switch setup here on Monster with a molly primed and ready. This is a real deadly threatening setup here from the 2 CTs, but it looks like the Gaimin Gladiators still want to go at it.
Could be to their detriment. First kill for Kawes, but both are spotted. Smoke thrown in. These short players now are tasked with cracking open the site, but Drop is here around the pillar, and he already forces them back. Gaimin Gladiators should reconsider their situation. The issue is they only have 25 seconds. They're going to try to go up connector. The bomb should come around from Monster, but it's actually just posted. Yeah, it's got to be a save.
I mean, there's a missed molly in there, and I think it might have spread down into the base of Monster on top of the incendiary, so that wouldn't have been advisable. But even though short players don't get an inch, credit to Drop to not face there and potentially give an avenue back in. If a duel is taken, that's where they could potentially explode, very similar to how they were able to win that pistol round as well. But the Canids hold strong. They find their first on the board. Better now than later. And now the Gaimin Gladiators have got to figure it out, because that late round sequence was not it.
No, it was not. 2 Galils in hand for SHZ and the keys. Not the best, not the worst. Full A1Ss on the side of Red Canids. Boost over the smoke for BSD. Might yield something here as the swing comes in from Che, but Che's already doubled back, spots that player. That nade might just do a bunch of damage. A little bit too deep to do anything truly meaningful, but still, those players are now one-shot headshots from an A1S. Kawes still sticking around long as well. History taking the duel, along with Drop. Drop wins the first, but Nakis and SHZ find 2 in response. Kawes needs 2. BSD had the read, but the bomb is now dropped, and Che long supports, catches the player trying to flank around. 3v2, the advantage flipped on its head. Just Bartin and SHZ. Bartin walks into Kawes on the slide, but it's no fun in games for Bartin. Just SHZ now, 9 or 11 HP. No bomb, and at this point, he should be trying to save. Will he be allowed to do so? It's a big map. He has plenty of hiding spots to choose from. He'll go towards T, right outside of Monster.
I mean, that round there, how do you expect that there'd be 4 players facing on that A site? You know, you get rid of the player on con side, you get rid of a player on divider. You're thinking, hey, we've gotten a lot of control on this long side. Maybe we could run through bathrooms and see if we can just make sure to cross our T's, dot our I's. But little did they know, 2 players on the other end, and aggressing Kawes through long and playground, as well as Che lurking around those bathrooms. And just crafty work here from the Canids positioning wise. It's nothing flashy in terms of the frags as you can see on the replays. It's just stellar work to get into the right place at the right time.
Yes, very stellar work to get control in space. Tied ball game very quickly. History's going for the MP9. He's reading into the economy, and he's reading correctly. It's pistols, 1P250, that saved M4, and that's it. That means if History survives the round, he can pick up the A1S and also build up some extra kill cash from the SMG. I like the read and I like the confidence from him. Flashing towards Monster. They're going to race forward. Oh my goodness, the AK spams the wall. Finds two. Two more race forward. A third is fouled. A fourth is spotted. And Nakiz lines up two, but Drop is there to get the trade. The final one is Jota. He had the upgraded pistol, or he has it, excuse me. History is going to race him down. The MP9 takes him down, whittles him away with a flurry of shots. Red Canids take the lead. History will not get a rifle upgrade, but he will be able to afford an op in round 6 if he chooses. Yes, he does. Already in hand.
Let's see what he can do with that brick green. SHZ on a deagle here is interesting. Unfortunate that the money didn't allow for it, but that's what happens when you try to get a hero gun in the previous. There has to be some consolations. Martin fast on this con play here. Nade open on the door, and the spam is pretty good, but they aren't able to convert it into a kill. At the very least, though, they've gotten information. They can call Che to move back over, and they can get the rotation in from drop.
Yes, they could. All players grouping up towards A. Just that one lurk of SHZ. Where's History? He's holding B Monster. Lots of jumping over on A. There's some information to spam towards map and towards dice. Drop. Drops the smoke. They know he's here. Do they commit? It doesn't seem like it. Gaimin Gladiators will send one sacrificial lamb, but he's caught before he can even take contact. Jota through the smoke.
And now, I mean, what do you do if you're the Gaimin Gladiators? You stalled out. You don't have that explosiveness on the long side. You don't have that split potential. You all have to come up for front bathrooms. There are 3 players here to greet you. A beautiful crossfire that's already assembled. I mean, I guess you can just call the save, but what a horrid sequence to have a call a save on a 4-on-5. Anyway, the smokes come through. Maybe there will be a commitment, especially after a shot like that from SHZ. 15 seconds left. Maybe there's a little bit of opportunity here. Drop finds a couple though, and Venom Zera will get back in through that smoke, and he'll get shut down. But great work there from the Canids to shut it down before it got out of control.
Shut it down, don't allow a bomb plant, kill all 5. Things are looking quite good for the Red Canids, as you would expect on the CT side. This map is panned out to be rather CT-sided. For Red Canids, technically it's exactly even on both sides, 47.3% win rate on CT and T. But for the likes of Gaimin Gladiators, they are far more at home over on the CT side at 63.2% win rating versus 45.5. One hero rifle on Jota. They've been going for something like this a lot of rounds. A half buy for the team and a hero Galil for one player. Specifically, it's been Jota throughout this series, but I think they've done it with others before. No kills to be spoken of as of yet, but Drop did go for early water control before falling back. History's op has rotated around over towards A, and it's holding Sands. It might get its first opportunity as well onto a Deagle in Nikiz's hands. There's a swing. Oh, timing just doesn't help the op in that case.
Please slow down now. Oh, Nekis continues to encroach upon History. Luckily, there is a rifle to bolster this. Oh, and there's actually a second one as well. Oh, this one's on a knife's edge. This could fall apart very quickly. I mean, there are players around every corner for history with these jump spots, and he finally spots out a couple of heads. Now he knows how dangerous this can get. Scopes back up now, but can't get it off in time. Barton's picked up an AWP. Now things get a little bit more frisky. Drop has got to find a way to hold strong, and he can't. A Tech 9 kill there from Barton brings us into a 2v2. C4 will hit the dirt, but there's still a lot of space here for Barton's AWP to put in some work. He misses a shot though, finds another one, and another shot from SHG's Deagle. The half-buy works out wonders, and Gaimin Gladiators, they just scrapped together a third.
Scrapped together a critical third as well. Picking up an op is huge for BSD, who's had quite a solid map on the Deagle. We can swing that momentum towards the op as well. We might just have a stellar map, stellar decider on our hands. Potentially an Opera's duel on the cards as well. Red Canids know a loss like that is relatively unacceptable. Spotting some key weaknesses to iron out. They'll call that tack pause. And they still have enough gas in the tank to go for an investment, another buy. But what was a bountiful economy has now been humbled quite a bit. Drop is at exactly $0 in the bank now. They might be able to eke something out if they lose another round, provided they save a weapon or two, but it won't be pretty.
Real concerns now for the Canids. Losing a round like that is something that you'd want to forget very quickly, and Venom Zera certainly has. Big 5v4 to open up the round. And now you gotta sit on this advantage and make use of it. Overpass is one of those maps where when you do have that little bit of an advantage, you gotta make sure that you attain it as easily as possible, and that certainly helps. Kawas will find Nakiz, and all of a sudden, this round grinds to a halt for the T side.
Yes, it does. Immediately pivoting now, 3 versus 5. They'll grab the bomb, but they're weary of a quick flank through monster. Of course, Red Canids a bit too measured for that, don't want to over-aggress. They fall back into the site. And that is quite the fight for Kawas to win. History furthers it, finding BSD. Players taken down on extremities, unsupported and alone. It's just Jota, a player we look to with tremendous impact in the first 2 maps, now alone in a 1v5, and who's been very quiet on this decider as well. He's at 0-6 right now. He'll recover the op, but with 30 seconds left to try and save, I'm not sure they're going to let him bring this weapon into the following.
Oh, well, he's fighting tooth and nail. Scampering around the map to try and hold on to this, but he's gone the wrong way. Unfortunately, he's gone the wrong way. And the Canids will get themselves their 5th off the back of some real fancy shenanigans there from Kawas. And we get our first timeout here from the Gaimin Gladiators. It'll be Horvey that gets on the mic here.
Good time to do so. That round fell apart. Completely and utterly. Now, do they have enough gas in the tank to go for a buy? Enough. I would say they're probably going to hazard it. BSD can get an op with no utility if he really wants to. We can get 3 players with AKs, but they'll be lacking a bit of utility as well. The Keys could go for a Tech 9 in full utility, or maybe a Mac 10 in full utility, or Galil in armor. It will be Galil armor and utility for both Bartin and Nakiz. The op for BSD, the AKs for Jota and SHZ. Don't hate the call. It's a bit scrappy, but it can definitely get the job done if the opportunity presents itself. The question is, how will Gaimin Gladiators present themselves in this round? Will it be together as a team? Will it be disjointed and alone? Bartin down to 6, alone towards Monster. Maybe a sign of what they were trying to show. The remainder of his team is up towards A instead.
Boost up here for BSD, but doesn't find anything. And with that, an encroachment upon this A bomb site, realizing that divider side is clear. how the jump spotting begins. It's not been kind to them, mind you, but it's still pretty effective. History, we'll see if it can peer down, and we might have our first honest-to-God op head-to-head here. And Nekiz will be the first one up to bat. Flash is good, but the reswing from History is definitely overzealous. But Che's there to pick up the pieces. Quick double from him and drop the chime in as well. Joda and BSD now wondering where their teammates have gone off to, and they'll continue to keep wondering. Kawa's here with the flank, and Joda now all on his lonesome with a 1-on-4 on his plate. 20 seconds left on the clock. Back turned, and it's 6 for the Red Canids.
A complete shutdown over towards A, not even an execute being thrown. Just utility to get some control towards Sands, and that's all that's needed to shut down the entirety of this Gaimin Gladiators T side. And now they are truly broke. No bomb plant. They have that loss bonus to give them a bit of extra cash to go for some pistols, but nothing much else going the way of this T side. Meanwhile, Red Canids have everything they could desire. Full rifles, the op still there for History. Good money in the bank should things get rough. Red Canids well poised to potentially sweep the rest of this half and find 9 total, which would be a very good start for them on the decider.
Absolutely. This is one of those gimme rounds that they have to convert, though. Half buys are very dangerous here, and they've got a little bit of an execute, a couple of nades to stave off the wood wall, and they've gotten in. They've cut down the distance very effectively here, but there's a team kill involved. It's still a 2-on-3. This gun recovered from Joda has got to be the winning ticket, and unfortunately it is not. SHG will try to get this bomb down, and he will, but he'll get blown to smithereens. As the Red Canids find themselves their 7th, they navigate the half-by, and it does feel like they're finally stride in stride getting back to their former selves.
It does feel like it.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Bomb defused, of course, no fuss there. 7-3, at least that bomb plant and the loss bonus will give Gaimin Gladiators a real chance and a solid buy. Op and play, full utility, everything they could need. They lose this round, it's not the fault of their investment, it's the fault of their approach to the round. And we'll have to see, once again, it feels like a lot of these players are dying disjointedly. That last round, that eco round, was a true shining moment. They all went together, they got control of the site. If they had the riflery to back that up, it might have just panned out in their favor. I want to see more play kind of like that, just together as a unit. Don't let players die alone.
Flash in for Che, and it doesn't hit anybody, really. And what that does is, it strands Kawes as well. It's mission escape here for him, and he'll find some safe haven in the bathrooms. But he's losing bodies every which way. And Kawes will eventually fall, so will History. And it's all up to drop now at this point. Any damage would be great, but this clean sheet for the Gaimin Gladiators is a splendid one to have going into the final round. 5 rounds on this T side would still be very commendable, mind you.
Oh, 5 would be great. This round has been a head scratcher, though. Every duel Red Canids have taken or have been forced upon them, they have lost individually. That first fight with the flashbang simply didn't land. That fight was lost. The op missed its shot in connector. It went for the peak. The player bathrooms died the same way as well. The player monster just got shot by the lurk of Bartin. It has been a round that Red Canids simply collapsed in. A lapse in their play, which leaves just drop alone. He might save simply because he has an AK. Can't buy that on the CT side, and there's no real chance for him in the round. But he's still sticking around for the time being, looking for any players trying to hunt him down.
He does have to eventually leave here. Don't want to die to the bomb. Maybe he is fine. But actually, maybe he is, considering he's on max health. But he'll move away just to be safe.
Terrorists win.
Oh, actually, no, he would have been dead. Took 75 from the edge of the spawn, but he'll get that gun saved on over every which way. And the Gaming Gladiators looking to find that aforementioned 5th round to make this one a competitive one, as it has been for a majority of this series.
Yes, it has. Full buy for both teams. Of course, Drop still has that AK. He's been really solid on this map, as has Kawas, 11 and 10 respectively. Martin has had his moments once again for Gaimin Gladiators, and so has a lot of his team. Everybody's had their moments. And Water Control is the name of the game. Kawas trying to challenge into Connector. Not getting the clean fight, he'll just fall back, as will Drop. It's a very heavy lean, as we've seen. This default from Gaimin Gladiators has focused and hinged on fountain and front bathroom control. This round is no different.
And to make matters worse, BSD has also found an opening into this one. Che will pick up that AWP from his fallen comrade and see if he can find a little bit more impact on it. But Nekias is so aggressive here. Sussed out by Che though. And that throws this round in for a loop because all that aggressive A control has been ripped away. Drop has reclaimed a little bit of his as well. And so now the rotation comes over to the B bomb site. The question is, how do they hold this with these two players? They get one player. That spam changes things even more so.
Yeah, the steps were heard for the rotation, but the spam might just be what breaks Red Canids back in defense here. Che's playing passively Graffiti. He's a player in front pit, but can he do a lot? No is probably the answer. Jota finds Che on the op. Martin drops Venom Zera. Drop in towards Water. Finds one, but still has 2 to find to secure an 8th. It seems unlikely. Op swap towards Martin. They are grouped up, so it is possible for this transfer to come through for Drop, but no. The op of Bartine is posted on the angle, and once again, it is Gaimin Gladiators who find themselves on the back foot, yet stabilized. They find at least 2 rounds in a row, if I recall correctly, maybe even more, and bring it to a very respectable 5-7 scoreline on the T side of Overpass. Will it be enough for them to come back and secure this best-of-3 grand final, or will they come up short? We'll see when we return from the break.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh. I could run this town.
Respectable 5-7 half for Gaimin Gladiators as they enter the CT side of Overpass. This is our decider, the third and final. The winner will secure their spots at that final tournament. The loser will have to try again in Cup number 4. It's Pineapple Phillips and Paladin on the mic. Red Canids on the T side, and it looks like it's going to be a swift one. Some utility lined up, but 3 racing through Monster and 2 shortly thereafter. Good pivot from Gaimin Gladiators to set up towards water and towards graffiti. This has the potential to be a very chaotic and quick retake in round 13.
Absolutely. Look at Joda already on this flank and History already watching for it. That kill is so important in a lot of ways, and History wins it out. They've got to find a way to dig this lurking player out of the corner, and they finally do. But they're losing bodies elsewhere. Che combines with Venom Zero to find Nekiz, and now it's just these flanking players. It's BSD and it's Barton. BSD will find one. But in this 1-on-2, you can just play time. You can get your hands off the keyboard and you've essentially won it. The HP is irrelevant. The time, certainly much more relevant, as Che will win it out, and the Red Canids get themselves that early pistol.
Early pistol, a big one for them to find as well. Keep things in their favor. Don't let the comeback come through. But with the amount of damage done, it seems like the CTs are feeling compelled to go for an investment. I can't blame them. It's actually a very scary one. Chota has an M4A1S. There's 2 5.7s. There's a Scout. There's an MP9. Don't discount that Scout, especially not on a map like Overpass.
All right, again, bearing down on this B bomb site right off rip, and Chase is going to go storming in completely alone. No trade potential and an instant 5v4 that the Gaimin Gladiators can sit upon, but that trade is very nice, and they don't have to go off the back of it. Yes, you've given up a Mac 10, but it's a Mac 10 at the end of the day. There's still time for you to reset the round, maybe clear out the con side of things if you want to go back up A. Or you can have a double pump and go back into the B bomb site as well. There are options here.
Just reset. Try to pull a rotation. This Scout is what I'm worried about. It has a 1-shot on both Venom, Zera, and Drop. Contact taken by the A1S. Exchange some bullets with the Galil, but neither party goes down. SHZ swaps guns with his teammate, his wounded teammate. And Red Canids just, again, continuing to hold. 3 in water, 1 in monster. They haven't compelled the rotation out towards A, so it's still 3 defenders here, with a 4th, I believe, in heaven as well. This is going to be a very hard, if not impossible, take now. 5-7 up close, 1. The second, but 2 in response. SHZ, M4 at monster is the one to hold things down in the end. Good trades from Red Canids, but they get caught in the choke point. And so they cannot convert their pistol round win. The game stays within 2 rounds, 8-6.
Brutal sequence there for the Red Canids, but they kind of dug their own grave there. I think when you have a double pump situation like that, you've got to at least figure out if you've got a bit more map control that you can look towards elsewhere. Up con, back into spawn. You have really no choice but to go in blind, and they went in pretty dry as well. So, not the most ideal sequence in how they wanted to go about that. I don't mind the actual call itself, but there's got to be a couple more wrinkles to make that one plausible. And now you're staring down the barrel of a double eco and a real chance for the Gaimin Gladiators to tie this game up at 8. And then having to claw it back on the offense in that fashion, I mean, the picture that gets painted grows bleaker and bleaker by the second.
It's not a pretty picture for sure. But don't count out the half buy. This is a force, but it still, looks kind of like a half buy. We did see it work for Gaimin Gladiator in the first half. I believe their first round came from a half buy. We've seen quite a few half buy eco victories in this series as well. Bartine is alone here. Needs to be careful. Up close, the Tech 9s can be deadly, but they just hit their mark, but they don't hit the headshot. Bartine down to 9 HP. He finds 2. Final 3 are all outside Monster. They're going to look for Bartine, but Bartine is already long gone over towards B site. They're going to boost up over the wall. Hope to find something with that. Might find the player over at barrels, the garbage. But Nakiz actually finds 1. Cows and Che both find 1 apiece, though, in the meanwhile. Now some damage done. Jota, though, coming up con, finds the final pair, puts it to bed, limits the bleeding, and brings it within 1. This should be a save, and therefore it should also be another Gaimin Gladiators round to tie things up.
Yeah, this is massive from the Gaimin Gladiators side. Massive work from Barton. He's been such an unsung hero throughout this series. I mean, definitely silent on Inferno, but very quietly got back into the conversation and a huge talking point with the opening frag efficiency that he had on the T side. And now on the CT side, safe pair of hands of getting you a quick double and retaining his life, more importantly. Now the spam is good from Jota, racking up some cash with this MP9. It isn't too bad itself either. And BSD and Jota will do it all on their own. We are tied at 8. And the road to redemption for the Red Canids grows longer and longer.
Yes, it does. Do we see Jota upgrade? Do we see him buy an op and trade with BSD? That would be my call. Something along those lines. The MP9 is going to struggle in this situation, but if he has an idea in mind, he might just stick with it. It looks like he will. Full AKs. Utility isn't the greatest for Red Canids, but it's serviceable. They have all their smokes. That's what the most important piece of utility is. And all 5 T players are leaning towards B. No one in water yet. They're going to walk contact with the smoke. Martinez here. He misses the opportunity. Venom Zahara. Huge shot, and now the race is on. SHG barrels lines up 2. The second one went full blind. A third on site is secure. SHG smoked out as well. Now has some room to work with. He's still kicking. Andy the cavalry has arrived. BSD finds 1 through the site wall, and SHG caps it off with a 4th for the team. 9-8, and a complete shutout from the likes of Gaimin Gladiators, despite the initial loss of Bartine.
Holy moly, what a round from SHZ. Where's that come from? The lineup completely blind for the 2-piece, and then the sequence to swing around and find the 3rd as well is no easy feat. A veteran of the game that's seen it all. Has had high highs and low lows, but maybe this is another feather in his cap because they take the lead now, Pineapple Phillips. They have an opportunity at potentially snagging this map and series away. And again, potentially on Overpass. This has just been the map for clinching it all, time in and time out for this team.
Yeah. Preventing the bomb plan outright, preventing even kills for coming through for the most part. It has been stunning from Gaimin Gladiators on the CT side. Again, we thought their 5-7 was respectable. I was a bit worried given their overall standing on the map, but Red Canids are really struggling. They're playing very telegraphed. They're trying to go for early executes. They're not comfortable running these defaults, or at least they don't want to show them as of yet. And that is proving to be their biggest detriment, potentially even their downfall in this series, as they're now trailing on the T side. And again, it's a T side that typically is heavily at a disadvantage on this map.
Now, the real question is what does Drop have under his sleeves, right? I mean, this is a guy that has thrust himself into the IGLing conversation and wasn't able to really get it all together on MIBR, had to find himself on the Red Canids with multiple iterations and still never really found his groove. But of course, getting that major berth was huge for him and has given him such a load of confidence that you think that he's got the fortitude and the confidence to pull this team back from this kind of a deficit. But individually he's got to be there, and more importantly, from a strategic perspective, he's got to set his players up. And right now, it doesn't feel like that's the case. A contact play on a buy round felt very lax in terms of how the play calling goes. And credit to the Gaming Gladiators for having the setup there. Of course, it helps that SHC goes nuclear, but the protocols were already in place that even if he just gets one there, that the rotations were swift. So there's a lot of looking in the mirror that the Red Canids have to do now. And they've got to do it silently in this tech pause as well, which is brutal.
Yeah, the tech pause, always forget. Even in online tournaments, they cannot talk to each other. Very awkward now to sit there and let it stew in your thoughts. Might even call a tech pause on the back of this one just to talk things out. And Red Canids, very worried for them now. Gaming Gladiators, props to them, especially when they lost that opening. That contact play, I thought it was going to spiral into a death ball for Red Canids when they got that opening up close and so cleanly. SHZ holds it down. The support is there. You mentioned it. Even though it was the individual to quote-unquote win the day, it was the setup that really helped them out. They had the smoke in case the Molotov came through. It gave him some extra space. The timely rotation was there to mop things up and support him on that second-to-last kill. Very well done from the Gaming Gladiators. And Red Canids, the onus is on them. We thought they were the favorites. I think they consider themselves the favorites as well. Now they have to be the ones to try and change things up, change the pace, approach it differently, make the read, because, again, on paper, they seem to be the better team.
Trying to still figure out this tech pause for right now. We'll see if we can get word as to what the issue exactly is, so we can get back in the game. These kinds of tech pauses are the most brutal, where it's a close game, it's a third map, and doesn't feel like you want to let go of the keyboard just yet, but we all got to sit and stew in it right now.
Yeah, we got to stew. Sounds like it's finally been concluded here. Thank goodness. But yeah, throughout this series, not only has it been a long one, with the first map going to overtime, the second map being a 13-7, which is pretty long by Counter-Strike standards, it's also had a lot of smaller tech pauses, which means we're at almost the 2 hour and 40-minute mark since this game started. It has been a long one. I'm sure it's taking the toll on the players. And a pause, especially in a round like that, a potential tilter round for Red Canids, definitely doesn't help out the mental.
Certainly not. But they're going to have to get a lot of work done with these pistols. They get up con safely. And they're thinking of potentially encroaching and cutting the distance with these guns. And this jump spot is a little late. Nekis has got to get his gun out. Luckily, BSD is here to pick up the pieces. You got a third player in Jota as well. This should be dealt with unless Drop can pull a rabbit out of the hat, but he goes down. Tech9 gets blindsided, and it's just Che left up with this deagle. Any damage, of course, would be fantastic, but I don't think he can pull this round off. Gaming Gladiators should have themselves their 10th round and look to storm their way to the SA Grand Finals, or the finals more so past this cup.
I'll say, what is the official title? Everything has a word salad associated with it. It's just called the Season 50 South America Finals. Okay. Not the longest. 10-8 though. As we've mentioned, this is important for both teams. Neither has qualified. To lose here would mean that you have to go to Cup 4 as your last shot to qualify for the ECL Season 50 Finals in South America. Boost up, we saw this earlier from the other team. Jota, does he spot it? Yes, he does. He gets the damage onto the booster and kills the boostee. Good start for the CT side. They feel like they can do no wrong right now.
No, not at all. And then you've even got the fall-away approach from Nekias. This jump down is insane, though, and luckily the captain will tuck tail safely and can back away. Smoke up on the short side, and a couple of rotations can come through. But here comes the flashes. Barton again has to come up massive here alongside his teammate, and he can't find anything. And now it's Joda, who's done well to find one, has to live for his rotations to come through, and they're definitely here. So now they can stand and fight, but the kills all come for the T's. BSD slows it down just a little bit, and SHG has made his way all the way back into short. How does history read this? 45 seconds left on the clock. Still got to get that bomb down, and now it's been dropped. SHG has met his, or found his mark rather, and it's all up to Che in this 1-on-2. No utility to slow any of these players down makes this just such a difficult job. I'll stick the plant. Nade should soften him up a little bit more. And now here comes that engagement. Shadow advantage for the T. And SHG will just swing out on his lonesome. Back turned. And the Gaming Gladiators will notch yet another for an 11th.
Big round to win. Now 2 away. The loss bonus combined with the bomb plant and the damage done means that Red Canids can at least get an investment. It's not going to be the best. AK's lacking a bit of utility unless they want to go for Galils. And as you can see, Drop and Cow is already going for those less than ideal, but still serviceable weapons. They don't want to play from 8-12. They want to play to win. I think 4 rounds in a row might be too much to ask, especially on the T side of Overpass, so they'd rather not get there if they can help it. And I agree with the call.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it does feel like a last-ditch effort, but they've just lost so much momentum round in and round out. The trades have been unfavorable, the reads have been even less so, and every player over on that Gaming Gladiator side has stepped up in some form or fashion. Big multi-kills from everyone on your screen, on that right-hand side of your screen.
We got 15, 15, 15, 13, 9.
Yeah, I mean, if your neck is, you couldn't be happier.
Absolutely. And look at this aggression from Jota. Exploiting the fact that his team has the initiative, has the advantage. He's all the way up con, about to potentially even go up the ladder. And if he goes towards A, he'll spot everything. Does he spring the trap, though? Doesn't seem like it.
Not moving. I mean, at this point, it's a good contained sequence. Now he's moving back over to B, and SHG will take that first contact. He'll find a kill. He spots out another shoulder. That's a key fight that we'll keep an eye on. But right now it's BSD. He's got to come up massive, and the flick doesn't connect. Nearly there, and Che lives to tell the tale, but he finally hits the deck, and it's all up to BSD here now, 1-on-1 with history, as Joda's still trying to get to the scene of the crime. Ring around the rosy, we go around the truck. Both survive somehow, some way. And history now doesn't find the situation he was looking for. Joda finally wraps in through bathroom. The Gaming Gladiators get themselves 12s, and it feels like the Red Canids have run out of time.
Feels like they've run out of time, run out of rope. Gaming Gladiators are the ones to call the tack pause, talk things out, settle the nerves, because that was a nerve-wracking round. Very well played from BSD to tiptoe do-si-do around Optimus. And what a play from Gaming Gladiators to buy time. Red Canids buy what they can. No bomb plant. You're going to be on 3 Galils, 2 AKs, lacking utility. BSD, while he was quiet on map 2, he has been loud on map 3, and that is what they needed to get this one through. Realistically, they weren't going to win map 3 or map 2, even with everyone hitting their shots. 15-3 record for Red Canids simply is too much to ask, too much to bear. But on Overpass, with a 17-8 on your op, and of course everybody else performing, you can seemingly do no wrong. Gaming Gladiators now looking to put this series to bed. A long-winded one, but this would be a convincing victory against a very, very highly rated opponent.
Yeah, this is the last Brazilian team that qualified for the major. There is something to be heralded about that, and taking down one of the teams that were in the conversation there in Audic, and then potentially Red Canids as well, that could mean just a whole lot of confidence, but we're not there yet. Cowas finds an opening 5v4, and we play on. BSD, front bathrooms, has an opportunity to rip this all away. The encroaching CTs make this one a little bit more harder. How can he live? He can't. Drop is there on the trade, but do they know about this encroaching player? Nekias has snuck through, but History's watching for it. History has to find this one, and he finally does. He gets the last laugh after Inferno. And now, as the dust settles in this 4-on-2, this has to be converted here from the Canids. You have Che walking out into the B bomb site. He should be able to join hands, but Barton has another opportunity here to make some sparks fly. He spots out Che. He can call over SHZ, but he can't find anything, and that should be round over. Red Canids will extend play just a little bit longer as they get themselves their 9th.
Something to cling to. Some hope has been instilled. History hunting for this last player. Doesn't quite find it, but SHZ at 31 is very squishy now. 1 or 2 bullets will do him in. He has to choose his hiding spot very wisely. Actually, no, he doesn't. I thought they were going to hunt him down. Doesn't seem like they're keen on doing so. They have some AKs to save. Venom Zera theoretically could go for a hunt, but he's far more at home just waiting and letting the bomb go off instead. 9-12, 3 rounds still remaining
Terrorists win.
between these two teams. Red Canids need all 3 to get to overtime. Gaimin Gladiators need 1 to close it out and pull off the upset. And the banks,
They've got, yeah, so much money, right? I mean, they can basically have every chance. I mean, they can play this out till round 24 and have a full buy every round. So this is quite legitimately the hardest road for the Red Canids to get it to overtime in the first place.
yes it is, but they're given opportunities like they were in the round prior. Players getting aggressive alone. It was Jota in towards Khan. It was, I can't remember who it was, but they pushed through smoke when they were down a man. They can get fights like that given to them. They have a real chance. Gaimin Gladiators need to tighten things up and get across the line. That was our biggest criticism yesterday. They couldn't get across the line, and there it is. It was so close for so long.
A conversion, I really thought that would work against him, but SHG finally does.